Morning, welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious Sunday morning. Well, at least it started raining. I've never been so glad to see rain. It has cooled down a little. It might not be raining where you are, but it is down here. But anyway, we have got a lovely day for you today. Look at this gorgeous quilt behind me. This is coming up at 9 o'clock. Beautiful. I love that. Lynette Anderson fabrics, designed by Amanda Little. Just thought I'd share that with you. Glorious things that we've got today. But shall we start off with the early bird? That's the favourite thing of the day so far. So it is very special, the early bird special, because it's back in stock and we've got 3 of them. Dressmakers pattern paper. I mean, this is fantastic stuff anyway. The pattern paper's just back in. And instead of playing it on its own, we decided, as your early bird special, that we would bundle it as a pack of 3. Normally we only have about 10 available. We've got loads in, but we've put everything in. So you buy 2, you get 1 free, save £8.99. Now this is fantastic, because if you get a dress pattern and you cut it out and then you realise, oh, I wish I'd cut it out in a different size, or I need to change it slightly, or I want to make one for someone else, then that's it, it's all cut out. But with this pattern paper, not only is it 1 metre long, so it's really wide, it can go across your whole pattern. It's thicker than your normal, you know, the tissue paper pattern. It's thicker than that, so it's a little bit stronger, but completely transparent, very easy. Well, it's paper, but you can see through it. So when you want to trace over your pattern, so maybe you've got a 14 bust and a 12 waist, or a 12 bust and a 14 waist, whatever, it means that you can alter your patterns as well. So you can trace one part of the pattern to one side, and it means you don't have to touch your beautiful patterns. It is brilliant. Or if you make your own designs, whether it's you make soft toys, or you make cushions and you want templates for the patchwork pieces, whatever, it's absolutely brilliant for that. £17.98 and you get 3 for 2. Now all of our stock for today is in this bundle. We are not selling the rolls individually. £17.98. Buy 2, get 1 free. Now, if you've bought the new dressmaking book, Helen's dressmaking book, which is brilliant, she really recommends this. I've bought a roll of this for the patchwork jacket I will make one day, because I'm not wrecking my pattern. I've got the roll ready to trace it all out. It is really good, because you can see through it, and it just makes your patterns will last longer. And it's so wide. So normally when you buy tracing paper, because I used to use greaseproof paper for all mine, it's too narrow, isn't it? You have to stick bits together and it doesn't stick together, but this is super wide. I'm just going to check, how long is it? Oh, it's 10 metres. They're 10 metres. So you are getting 30 metres for just £17.98. We are not selling the rolls individually. We've put all of the stock in here so that you can save some money with us first thing Sunday morning. What could be better? Absolutely fabulous. Right. We'll leave that there. We've got so much to get through today, honestly. So let's have a look at the menu so you can see what's coming up today. So first of all, 8 o'clock, we've got bulk buys. So what we've done, we've bundled items together. We've taken a little bit of money off some of them, and so that you can buy in bulk several of each of things that you really need and that you really want. So we're going to save you some money first thing, which is always great, isn't it? And we've got a couple of little sewing machine deals that we will, and last day for them, I'll show you them in a moment when I've gone through the rest of the menu. You're going to love these. 9 o'clock, we've got this beautiful Botanicals quilt that Amanda Little has designed, and she's in today, and she is going to demonstrate it for us so you can see exactly how to make it. You can buy a kit in this beautiful Lynette Anderson colourway. This is her brand new Botanicals collection. Isn't it gorgeous? And it's a great price as well. Really good price. Everything you need there. You've got the instructions, you've got all of the Lynette Anderson fabric, all the backing fabric and the binding, the background fabric and the binding as well. We've also got it in another colourway, a plainer colourway at a different price point, depending on whether you want a super bright one or this more muted tone. I love that one, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So she's going to be in at 9 o'clock. You know, Amanda's an absolute quilting expert, so she'll be sharing all her tips and tricks with you then. At 10 o'clock, we have got the brand new Amber Makes needle cases in. Now, we haven't had these in stock for months. Absolutely months. Now the reason for that, a couple of reasons, is that Amy and I wanted to bring out some new designs of them because we've had them out for a while. We want to bring out some new designs, but we've also changed it slightly, because when I designed the original needle case, I designed it so that it would fit packet machine needles. And then the company went and redesigned the packaging, and they were really tight fit. So we've redesigned them so that then they fit the needle, the biggest needle sewing machine needle cases that I can find. And we've got new designs. We've got William Morris. Look at this. So we've got the Strawberry Thief on the outside. This is the sewing machine needle case. And then we've got more William Morris designs on the inside. I mean, obviously at 10 o'clock I'll be going through these in detail about how they work, but there's all the machine needle names. You will never get your needles mixed up again. There's this sewing machine needle case, look, William Morris with label pages. These are all available on pre-order. And then we've got the patchwork version. So Amy has designed, look at this, we've got Hunter Star on the front of this one. Don't even need to do the patchwork, it's all printed. And we've got a bit of sawtooth block. And then on the hand sewing needle case, we've got log cabin. So if you're a patch worker, this is perfect. A little bit of pinwheel block on the pages. And then we've also got the vintage sewing needle case, which features all your vintage sewing. But this is what it looks like with all the needles in. We've also got bundles of the needles. So we've got packs of all the machine needles you need to go in there, so you will never be without them. And using the right needle for the job is obviously very important. And there's the matching hand sewing needle case, which has got, we've also got bundles of the hand sewing needles. Just to warn you about the hand sewing needles, we are very limited on the stock of those. We've got a few more of the machine needle bundles, but if you want all 9 packs of the hand sewing needles or the machine needles, we have got those, and they're on pre-order. So that will be coming up at 10 o'clock, and I'm going to show you exactly how to make them. So anyone who wants to use the right needle for the job, I'll be explaining what the needles are for as well, and how you make your own little needle case. And then at 11 o'clock, the Amanda's second hour, I've got Ben beautifully modelling her brand new Charm Square pin cushion. It's maybe a pin cushion, floor cushion.
Look at the size of it.
Look at that. You see, now you can see it relative to Ben. It's enormous. Put it on your bed, put it on the floor, put it on your outdoor furniture, have a little sleep on it. And it's all made using 1 charm square pack, so the 5-inch charm squares, and a bit of background fabric. How glorious is that? It's available in 2 different colourways. Beautifully modelled. Thank you very much, Ben. Love that. It's so big you can't get it back on the shelf. That will be coming up at 11 o'clock with Amanda, and we also have brought back some of her patterns from previous shows as well that we're selling as well, because her patterns are brilliant. They always fly out, and we've brought those back for you today. Then at 12 o'clock it's clearance deals. So if you were with me on Bank Holiday Monday, I don't know what was going on. There were insects running around the system is all I can think, but everything went, it took us so long, the system kept crashing, loads of you couldn't buy the clearance offers, we had an absolute nightmare, it was just all over the place, we couldn't get the graphics on screen, it was very frustrating. So there's a lot of the items in our clearance deals that a lot of you couldn't get hold of because the system was playing up, so we brought them back and some more as well. So if you want a little offer, little bit of clearance offer, sale, Sunday sale, that's going to be at 12 o'clock. Right, I'm going to run over to the other table to talk about these 2 machines. Now, the reason for this is the, I'm going to start this one. I'm going to start with the overlocker. So we had the 2 Britannia, the cover stitch machine and the overlocker on the other day with special deals, £299, save 72, we've only got 1 left. We did sell out yesterday, but then overnight one came back. So if you missed out yesterday and you would love a overlocker for £299, fantastic, save 72. The Dukey boys were in on, was it Friday they did it? Friday to demonstrate it. So if you want to watch the demonstration back, you can, but we have 1 of these left. So if you want to bag yourself a nice little overlock, and we got all of the stock that Dukey actually had in their warehouse, and that is the very last one of the overlockers. So if you want that one. Then another machine, again, very limited, the Britannia cover stitch. Now this deal ends at midnight. It's $399 for a cover stitch machine. That you use this for finishing the edges of like jerseys and swimwear. So you know when you want to hem the bottom of a t-shirt because it's too long, or you want to alter, or whether you're making things from jersey material, this is the stitch. So you know when you get a t-shirt and it's hemmed invisibly, this is how you do it, and this is the only thing that will do it in that way. So if you want that professional finish for just £399, you are saving £112, but that offer will only last till midnight. So I just wanted to bring it to you today because I didn't want you to miss out. So, right, I'm back to the main desk. Let's do some fabric. So because we've got all bulk deals today. So we'll start off with fabric, and then we've got other tools as well. Now, I'm going to start with the Osnaburg. The Osnaburg is back. I haven't seen this for ages. Now, Osnaburg is a bit like your calico. It's natural seeded. It is gorgeous. It's got a lovely drape. Now, a lot of people use this instead of calico. They'll use it for toiles. A lot of people will also use it for embroidery. It's thicker than quilting weight cotton, but not as thick as a canvas. It's actually really lovely to use as backing fabrics and lining fabrics. Use it for things like tote bags. It's lovely on its own. I mean, I've seen people use it in dressmaking because it's got that beautiful calico, natural seeded look. But calico comes in different weights, but it is weightier than your sort of lightweight calico. It's beautiful, beautiful cloth. It's always massively popular. I don't know, I haven't had it in for a while. A lot of people use it for cushion backings because it's got a little bit more weight to it. And as I say, people use it for linings and tote bags. But if you want to mix it with other fabrics, it works really well with reds and blues. It's a beautiful fabric. So we've got a special bundle for you, 4 meters, 4 meter bundle for £20.32. So you are saving £2. The Osnaburg it's ever popular. It's gorgeous. Shall I show you what it looks like on the drape of it? So it's slightly heavier weight than your quilting cotton, but not so thick canvas, but it's just beautiful. It is honestly fantastic for embroidery, whether that's hand embroidery or machine embroidery, but it is a beautiful cloth. I love this. Just £20.32. Get that in your basket. You're saving £2 and you'll get 4 meters of it, which is absolutely loads. Look at all of this. There's loads of it. It's got that lovely natural seeded appearance to it. £20.32. Loads and loads of you got it in your basket. Do get checked out on that. Right, let's do denims. Now, whenever we do dressmaking with these denims, they fly out. So rather than putting them with patterns, we've just got them on their own. Now, I'm going to start with I love these. These are beautiful because these are your denims, but they're printed. So the first one, do you need the code on that one? You got that one, UQLJ09. Is that the bundle or is that the half meter? So can we see on this one? So this is your normal, like the 4 ounce denim. So it's the lighter weight, perfect for dressmaking. Gorgeous. Make a lovely blouse or summer dress. How much is that? Just £15.96 for 2 meters. Loads. These always fly out, and we've managed to get it back in stock. So we've bundled it as 2 meters. Loads of different things you can do with them. They come cut as 2 meters. So if you order 2, you will get 2 2-meter pieces, if you see what I mean. But it's lovely. I mean, wouldn't that make a lovely blouse? Lovely blouse. You could use it for homewares. Be nice for making bags from, actually, wouldn't it? Or some little like denim look cushions like that. Beautiful. It is like a quilting weight cotton, so you could use it for quilting as well. But it is beautiful for blouses. I would like a blouse in that. Really nice. Right, I'll move on to the next one because I've got loads of you with that one in baskets. So I have another one here that's printed. It's got a really lovely ferny-like print with little berries all over it. Beautiful. We've got a little bit more stock. The other one is very limited. Yeah, why is this one a different price? Don't know. Anyway, we'll go with that. This one probably shouldn't be. £14.99 for 2 meters, and it is gorgeous. Look at this. It's a beautiful denim fabric. It's not like jean weight denim. It's lighter weight than that, but it would make a lovely dress, blouse. But again, use it in quilting. If you're a big fan like I am of blue and white fabric, blue and white quilts. I tell you, this paired with calico would look fantastic. I mean, you honestly, whatever quilt design you had, you could just use this in place of all of the other fabrics, and then use a calico as the background. Absolutely gorgeous, because the colour, the background is like a calico colour, the creamy leaves. Loads and loads of you got this in baskets. Is it extra wide? Feels, no, it's not extra wide, that sort of thing, but I think it's wider than normal. Is it, shall I measure it? There's an idea. I think it might be wider than your normal quilting fabric. One moment. Right, you need to get checked out on this. Loads of you got it on baskets, loads and loads of you, so you need to check out. So that is 150 centimetres wide. So if you are using this to replace a quilting fabric, you get even more for your money. So just $14.99. Loads of you got this in the baskets. I mean, this really shouldn't be $14.99. I don't know what's happening, but look at that. That's fantastic. I don't know why we've got it at this price, because this is way cheaper than normal. I think that's beautiful, isn't it? What a lovely fabric. Please do check out on that, because there are so many of you who've got it in the baskets that, unfortunately, if everyone checks out, some of you are going to miss out. Right, let's do the plain denims. Should we start with a light one? So these are our normal lightweight denims. We've got them in 3 different colours. This is your 4-ounce wash denim. It is lovely to use. I've used it for dressmaking before. It sews beautifully and presses, but again, think about quilting. Because we've got it in the 3 different colours, we've got it in the light, we've got it in the medium, and we've got it in the dark. Wouldn't they look lovely together? If you paired it with one of the print denims, you've got a denim quilt. But without that heaviness of your sort of jean weight denim, at a 4-ounce weight, that would be, I think, denim and calico would make the most. Here we go. I'll put them all together now. Look at those. So if you go light, medium, dark, bit of calico for the background. You could even pop a bit of, because we've got 2 of the print ones. Absolutely gorgeous, and at that price, look at those all together. I think that's lovely. I'd love to make a denim and calico quilt. Actually, what a good idea. I'm quite keen at that. All the different quilt designs you've got, you could use. And remember, because this is wider than normal, 150 centimetres, you don't need as much either. So just $22.99. That's the light one. Right, then the medium tone one. So this is probably your classic, like, jean colour. Same price, $22.99 for 2 meters. Amazing price. Keep checking out on these. And then we've got the dark one. So this is your kind of like, almost like your indigo wash. That is lovely, isn't it? I really like that. I mean, you know, tote bag in that with a calico lining would look lovely, wouldn't it? They do go together. So I'm going to do the calico next to keep talking about it, because that is gorgeous together. Right, now, because you're going to love the calico and you need it for the background of all of these things, we're selling it as a bolt today. Whole bolt, 25 meters in the bolt, just $124.99. Now, you are saving £24.50, so you are saving more than 2 meters of denim by buying this. The whole bolt, and you're going to use this for the backgrounds, the linings, toiles. It's lovely just on its own. Makes really beautiful lightweight curtains, the sort of curtains, you know, where you just want them in the window instead of net curtains, just to sort of keep a bit of the sunlight out, but mainly for sort of privacy and for just dressing the curtains. This is absolutely beautiful. Obviously it's not really going to keep the heat in, but I think instead of having net curtains, to have these with just a very simple, I honestly would go for a 1-inch gathered heading tape on this, because it's so beautiful. Or you could even do the eyelets. But that's so lovely. Put a nice deep hem on it as well. And this is the time when on your sewing machine, if you've got any nice decorative stitches, hem it with one of those. Or a little bit of embroidery or applique. You could applique like hearts or stars across the bottom of them. They're beautiful. Very, very inexpensive curtains. that would be. It's available on split pay, 2 equal payments of £62.49. You've then got 25 metres of calico. So if you want to make toiles, you've got homewares to make, you want to do linings, or you want to make those amazing calico curtains, go for it. Nice also, you could put a strip of fabric down the the inside edges. That always looks really lovely as well. But if you're thinking about that denim quilt, I'm quite fancying, that's nice actually, because sort of thing that everybody would like, wouldn't they? Thinking about making somebody a quilt for Christmas, calico and denim. That'll be my top tips, really in at the moment. Right, anyway, we've got so much to get through. Keep checking out on those. I've got some more fabrics for you here before we move on to tools. Let's go white. Right, 3 metre bundle of our normal Rose and Hubble, gorgeous quality, quilting weight cotton in white. What is the price for that today, Ben? So this is your optic white, goes with everything, £17.74. Look at that, £5 saving, 3 metre bundle of white quilting weight cotton, 44 inch, 112 centimetre width, Rose and Hubble, beautiful quality. This is the day for stocking up on your fabrics. 3 metres of white fabric, save yourself a fiver. Quilting, dressmaking, it's just one of those colours that you use all the time. Or is it a colour? It's one of those shades. Is white a colour? I get confused with that colour thing. White goes with everything, doesn't it? Really lovely. Do you know, simple white blouse, nice pin tucks down the front. That's gorgeous. White is right. White goes with everything, doesn't it? Okay, so now, oh, let's do this mustard because I love this one. This is gorgeous. This is your enzyme washed linen. Now what that means is it's washed with special enzymes, which means that all the shrinkage has come out of it, and it's the colour won't run then, and also it means it creases a bit less, which is nice with the linen, isn't it? Now, linen obviously brilliant for all dressmaking, whether you're making a shift dress, whether you're making a pinafore, a pair of trousers. Just $49.99. Say that's four meters in that. $49.99. What a fantastic price that's going to get you. I think that would cover pretty much all dressmaking. Now, if you've watched any of our dressmaking shows, we use this a lot. Mustard is a gorgeous colour. It complements a lot of skin tones as well, because it's not your bright yellow, but it's just a nice warm colour. How nice is that? And it's joyful, isn't it? Don't have to use it for dressmaking. It's fabric. You'd use it for anything. But a lot of people will use it in dressmaking, and it does look really lovely. Even those lightweight summer jackets. Now, we've also got it in charcoal, which looks lovely. Look, with the mustard. How nice. If you want to buy 2 of them to go together, how about making a charcoal dress and putting a nice deep 3-inch border around the bottom in the mustard? Very classy. Very lovely. So this one, $49.99, 4 meters of charcoal enzyme washed linen. Get that in your basket and get it checked out. Right. Next, we've got the green. This is a lovely colour, chartreuse. Again, lovely. Looks really lovely on a lot of skin tones. Again, as a complementary colour, the charcoal grey looks beautiful with it. I mean, in fact, to be honest, all 3 of them look nice together, don't they? Oh, I like that. But that is gorgeous, isn't it? I would love a little lightweight summer jacket in that. Maybe with charcoal buttons as well. Cover your buttons. If you're going to make a jacket in this, cover buttons with a bit of the charcoal. $49.99 for 4 whole meters of the, let's take that one for the way. And that's the chartreuse. Lovely colour, isn't it? And then the final fabric that we've got, this is stone wash linen blend. Now, if you look at it, it's got a really lovely texture to it. So it's not a print, it's a texture, but it's a really lovely weight. Again, really lovely for dresses, blouses, pinafores. You could even make trousers with this for the sort of those lightweight slacks, you know, the long ones. Beautiful. Love that fabric. But also we have used it a lot for embroidery on the show, as well as homewares. It's very good for cushions because it's got more weight. It's weightier than your quilting weight cotton. It's a little bit thicker, so it's really good for homewares. You know, if with 4 meters you could just make cushions from this. It gives you the chance then to personalize them, to embroider them, or just as they are, maybe add a little colour of piping around the edge of each of them for just $39.99. That's a fantastic price. 3.5 meters in that bundle. Right, should we move to the other table? Right, I'll leave those with you. If you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out on those, because when they're gone, they're gone. Right, what should we do first? Freezer paper. Oh, how many have we got in here? 3, bundle of 3. 3 of these. So 12 meter roll. So you get 3 rolls, so that's 36 meters. 3 for 2. So you're getting 1 for free. You're saving £7.49. Now freezer paper is fantastic. It was developed originally for freezing meat on and wrapping meat on. But what we use it for, it used to be wax, but it's some sort of substance on the back now. You can press it onto fabric and it stays there temporarily, so it's brilliant for templates. So if you've got to make templates for things, I quite often, if I'm cutting out a pattern, particularly if it's a circular or a slightly curved shape, draw the pattern out. Also, it's see-through enough to be able to trace through. Press that on, you don't need pins then, and then you can cut it out. So it also means that it makes patterns reusable as well. A lot of people use it as well for needle turn applique, because you can cut out a shape and then fold the fabric round onto it. Brilliant for EPP. Cut out all your little hexes on it, and then you can actually press these onto the fabric to hold them in place. So no idea how it works, but it's some kind of silicone backing that when you press it onto fabric, it stays, it sticks. But when you peel it off, it leaves absolutely no mark, no trace at all. I don't know how it works, but it is brilliant. But originally, it's interesting that it was first developed. Well, when you look at it, it's an American product for freezing and wrapping meat, but we use it for sewing, and it is brilliant. We only have 5 bundles left of this, and we have 16 of you with it within their baskets. So if you want that one, 11 of you are going to miss out. So get it checked out very quickly. That's that one done. The hexes. So the 3/4 inch ones. Yeah? Oh, because I've got 3/4 and 1 inch. Right, 3/4 inch, you get 2 of these, pack of 100, buy one, get one free. So if you love doing EPP, these are 3/4 inches. The 3/4 inch, by the way, applies to the length of each side, not across, but the length of the side. They are 3/4 inch. You get 200 there, but you get 100 of them free. Save $3.49, why not? So if you love EPP, that's fantastic. And these are die cut, so they are absolutely perfectly accurate from a thicker paper like card, so they're perfect for EPP. £3.49, buy one, get one free. Right, I've also got them in 1 inch. Again, remember the measurement applies to the length of the side, not across or anything. I get people get confused with that. So with this one, 3 for 2. So we've got 3 packs, so 300 hexagons. Oh, it's 120 grams paper, so you can see it's like a thick paper. It's perfect for EPP. 3 for 2, so you will save $3.99. So if you like EPP and you don't want to cut out your hexagons, there we go. That really is worth getting to save you $3.99. Right, next. What should we do? Toy filling. Where's the toy filling? I've seen the toy filling, but I can't find it. Oh, where's the toy filling? Oh. Hey! 1. How many do we get? 2. And 3. I'm rubbish at catching normally, but these are big bags. So 3 packs of super soft toy filling, and honestly this is the toy filling that I use. I love it because it's got a really lovely loft to it and it's easy, it's not clumpy, it pulls apart beautifully. It's really lovely. $7.98. So you are going to save $3.99. So you get 3 bags. That's going to stuff loads of toys. You can use them for stuffing cushions as well. Maybe you want to make different shaped cushions, like heart-shaped cushions and hexagon cushions and circular cushions. Ideal for that. Brilliant for door stops. Really good for things like pin cushions. 3 packs. So you're saving $3.99. We have 9 left. So they're going to go. And we'll leave that with you because we only have 9 left. Oh, can I have the wadding, please? We've got 3 of these. Levi just threw that at me, but unlike the soft toy filling, it went across a bit like a frisbee. It just frisbeed across the set. There would be 3. The free one is on the floor. But Levi is fine because he's currently crawling along the floor to give it to me. Thank you very much. $17.98. So this is your polyester craft wadding. It's a 2-ounce wadding, so it's absolutely ideal for cushions, bags, makeup bags, cosmetic bags. You can use it for quilts as well. Obviously, each one is 39.5 by 45.5, so kind of cot quilt size. But you're getting 3 of them, £17.98. And this is brilliant for if you've just new to quilting and you've made cushions, even if it's just a plain cushion front, put a bit of wadding behind it. You don't even need to quilt it, and it just gives it a more squishy look. If you're making soft toys, put a little bit of wadding behind the fabric before you assemble the soft toy, and it just gives it a little bit more squidginess. It's a polyester wadding, which makes it very affordable, but $17.98. You are saving £8.99. That's fantastic, isn't it? So 3 for 2. Get this one checked out. Marvellous. I'll leave that one with you. What should we do next? Mechanical pencils. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, they're just slightly different packaging. Same thing though. They changed the packaging. Oh, they've gone more eco-friendly. So that must be the old and that must be the new then. So these are brilliant fabric pencils. So when you can't, if you don't want to use a heat erasable pencil, but you want to use a fabric pencil, you get one with yellow leads, one with pink leads, and one with blue leads. And they're mechanical, so you just click the tops of them to use them. They are brilliant. I use them a lot for marking dark fabrics. So they have got a really fine, if you click the top, they've got a really, really fine point. So when you want to mark dark fabrics, they're brilliant. There's a rubber on the end, so you can rub them off. And each pack comes with spare leads as well. Spare leads, not legs, leads. Spare legs. Comes with spare leads. But they are really good. So you can use the rubber, but you can also, if you use a damp cloth, or if you pop it in the wash, the lines disappear. So if you're using something that your erasable pen, like a friction pen, isn't working on, or if you're using dark fabric, which they do, this is absolutely brilliant. But they are, because they're so fine, they're really good. So you can use them when you're marking marks for dressmaking, but also really good for embroidery, or if you just want to mark seam lines onto things. If you're not sure about getting a seam straight, mark a line using one of these. So in the bundle, $29.97, you get 1 pink, 1 blue, 1 yellow, and they all come. Is that not the price? That's the wrong price. Should we reduce it? $23.97. Even better. I mean, they're quite good. They're very good value at that price, actually. But $23.97. And remember, you get extra replacement leads with each of them as well. So I'm not sure what packaging you'll get, but the pens are the same, whichever packaging you have. But they've gone eco, which I like to see. But all of the Sew Line products are really good quality. They're developed very, very carefully. I met the people who developed them once, and they spend a lot of time on the products, getting exactly the right thing. I use these at home. They are fab. Right, next. An interesting Bondaweb bundle. Is that this one? Is that this one? Okay. This one of these. What do you get? Oh, I found it. Yeah, it's over here. Oh, this is a good bundle. So you get the 5 metre roll of Bondaweb, but you also get the applique mat in it, and you save £4. That's a really good bundle. Now, the brilliant thing about the applique mat is if you are pressing Bondaweb or interfacing onto something, you're either going to get some of the sticky stuff stuck to your iron or your ironing board, depending on which way you're going, but not with the applique mat. So you can put the applique mat underneath so it doesn't stick to your ironing board. So if you've got your fabric and then your Bondaweb or your interfacing on top, it won't stick to your ironing board. Or you can place it on top and you can iron directly onto this, and that saves any stickiness getting anywhere. It's also used if you want to applique lots of different pieces. You can use it for pressing on the sticky side of a Bondaweb as well, if you want to do it that way around, and it won't stick to anything, it will just peel off. So the applique mat, you use it all the time, so it's completely reusable. Use it time and time again, but it is brilliant for using with Bondaweb because nothing sticks to anything except for what you want it to. £26.98, save £4. That's a great little bargain. That's a good deal because that's quite a nice little match. Two. Oh, these little ones. Right, if you love Bondaweb but you just want little packs, we've got a special deal. 2 packs of Bondaweb, save £1. Why not? £4.98. These are 17.5 centimetres wide and 1.2 metres in each pack. So if you just want little pieces of Bondaweb, £4.98 for 2 packs. Can't go wrong. Bag making hardware, yes, let's. Got lots of this. Right. So this bundle is for, they're all silver. So this is what you put on the end of, you can often use these for straps. So maybe you've got a bag strap, but you want your bag to zhuzh it up a bit. You can sew the, put the bag strap through here and sew it on. And then this little clasp will attach to the D-rings on your bag. So maybe you've got a bag that's got D-rings on already, one that you've made or one that you've bought, and you've got some lovely fabric, or maybe a canvas strap and you want to really update it. £6.87, 4 for 3. So you will save £2.29. That's brilliant, isn't it? Aren't they fab? So I was in, lovely new shop that's opened in Bath yesterday. Really nice. I won't say the name of it, but it's a man's name. And gorgeous. And they had loads of straps in there, just the strap that you could attach to all different bags, and they all had these on the end of them. That's the one. Yes, Ben's guessed it. I bought a lovely doormat from there yesterday. Oh, it's lovely. It says knock knock on it, and it looks lovely in my front door. Anyway, they had absolutely loads of these straps. So if you've got some lovely fabric, you can just make a tube, turn it right sides out, put it through here, sew it through, and then you've got a lovely new bag strap. Also means that you can update, you can change your bag to match your outfit as well. So there's 4 there, 4 for 3, £2.20, save £2.29, so just £6.87. That's in the silver colourway. Now, if you love them, but you want a different colour, I also have them in the gold. Now, I like this gold because it's not brassy gold. It's more of a subtle gold. Not rose gold, but it's not like your super brassy. It's just a bit more subtle. So exactly the same deal, I hope. £6.87, 4 for 3, save £2.29 if you want the gold ones. So if you're doing some bag making, these are really, or if you are a bag maker, these are really worth getting. They're very good quality. You can see the build of them. They're really lovely, strong, nice and chunky as well, with that little clasp. Aren't they lovely? And we also have them in another colour. If you fancy rainbow, Look at those. How pretty are they? They're gorgeous, aren't they? Save £2.79, 4 for 3. These cost a little bit more than because they are rainbow. Beautiful. They kind of got like that iridescent quality to them. So I turn them around. But you can see the lovely build quality to them, that they swivel really nicely so they'll move around on your bag. Aren't they lovely? £8.37, save £2.79. Why not? That's two bags, 2 bag straps sorted. Right. Some what? Tassels. Yeah, while we're talking about bag making. Again, these are beautiful quality. So £11.96. You get all 4, but you're saving £2. So each of the tassels has got a lobster clasp on it, so you can attach this to your bag to decorate it. You could attach it to your key ring, or you could attach it to keys. So if you keep a key in a door, you can make it look really nice, hanging a tassel on it. Or if you've got your keys in a bowl, you could attach it to them so you know which one is which key. Lovely for your back door key, but they actually, a lot of people use them. You just attach them to one of the D-rings on your bag and they just look really pretty. Or you could attach them to, you know when you have those passes on lanyards, you could attach them to your lanyard, look nicer, wouldn't it? Anyway, they're all the same build. They've all got gold lobster clasps at the top, beautiful quality. So in the bundle, you'll get a black one, a teal one, a dusky rosy pink one, and then a kind of a animal print pink one as well. Aren't they lovely? Just £11.96. You are saving £2 by buying all 4 of them. Aren't they fab? And they're really lovely quality as well. I like the gold bit around the top. So £11.96, get those in your basket and get checked out. Tell you what, they'd make nice little stocking fillers, wouldn't they? Just that's a nice inexpensive stocking present done, isn't it? Lovely. Oh, is that on this lovely little thing? We've got a, look at this, it's displayed. Oh, that's because they all jump together, don't they? So we've got a magnetic snap bundle. So what do we get in the bundle? Right, okay. This is good, isn't it? I was using some of these at the weekend and then I realised I only had 1 set left. It's not good. Never good to only have 1 set left, so I'm going to have to pinch these. So £9.95. Let me show you what you get. So you get, because these come in pairs. Let me just put the washers back on. So you get male and female. So you get 1 set, you get male and female in each set, of gunmetal. Ben says, why is one called male and one's called female? Well, Ben, the female one is the really attractive one. And the male one is the not so attractive one. Oh. There we go. So you get 2 gunmetal, or they're just jumping together. Then you get 2 silver, so kind of a chromy look, and you get 2 gold. So this pair, so you get the male and female, so you get 2 males, 2 females in gold, 2 males, 2 females in silver, 2 males, 2 females in gunmetal. Brilliant. So if you do bag making, this is perfect because you get 1 set free. Save £1.99, £9.95. So if, like me, you've just run out. So when you make a bag and you think, oh, I don't want to put a zip in, but it's never very secure. If you haven't got these at home, you'll just finish the bag and won't do it. But these are brilliant. Also, if you want, you can use them for closing cushions. So if you don't really want to put a zip in the back of a cushion, or if you've got envelope opening cushions that keep coming apart, put magnetic snap fasteners. I've put them on. My dog sleeps in a crate and she's got a cover for it and it always flaps open around the side. I put magnetic clasp all the way down it. No light coming through now. They're fab for loads of things like that. Ben was asking for that comment about male and female. Well done, Bex. I know, Odette. You know, I don't know why I repeat his things. There's not many of their things. You should have heard his comments about the tassels. I didn't repeat those. And even Charlie was doing actions, and I'm not repeating that. Not on a Sunday morning. Not on a Sunday, I'm not. Right, next. Glue. This is fab. So this is textile glue. So don't be using other glue when you're trying to sew, put fabric piece together. Now, a lot of people use this with leather or PU. So if you're doing bag making and you need to stick things together, don't just use any old glue, use fabric glue. It's brilliant for that. Let me show you. You get 2 packs in here. So what it says is it's for glues fabric, applique motifs, leather, PVC and many other materials. There we go. You get 2 tubes in this. Lisa Lamb uses this all the time. Lisa the Lamb uses this all the time. So this is your textile glue. So this is specifically formulated for your leathers, PUs and for textiles, and will work better than other glue, than glues that aren't specifically made for textiles. But anyway, in this pack, £8.98, you're saving £1. There we go, save £1, get 2 tubes of glue. Because you save £1, there we go. 2 packs, save £1. Right, next. Clock mechanisms. Yeah. Clock mechanisms, because we like making clocks. These, we've done kits before to make clocks. All you need to do, really, really easy, get yourself an embroidery hoop, doesn't matter what size. Bigger the better, really. Maybe the tiny 3-inch ones wouldn't work, but maybe an 8-inch would be better. And you just put the clock mechanism inside, and then you can decorate whether applique embroidery to embroider or draw the numbers on. Or you don't even need to put numbers on them. I've seen people use these like in the middle of a record without any numbers, and they just look lovely hung up. Yeah, need to do a clock. I love a clock. Love a clock. You can put them on all sorts of things. I've got a Cocker Spaniel clock with no numbers. It's just like a black outline of a Cocker Spaniel with a clock mechanism. So if you want to, if you've got a kit or you want to make something to put a clock on, it's got the mechanism, obviously, and it's got the hands. Yeah, look, and it's got the hour, minute, and second hand on it, and you just pop some batteries in. Absolutely brilliant. £9.98. Buy 3, get 1 free. Where's the other one then? It says buy 3, get 1 free. Oh, so it's 3 for 2 then. 3 for 2. 3 for 2, black clock mechanisms, bargain. What else should we do? We've got, pardon? Plastic storage boxes. Do you want to store your little things? All your little things like snap fasteners, buttons, magnetic clasps, all those little bits and pieces. These boxes are ideal because they open up with a hinge and lots of little compartments inside, and then you pop them back together and then they will stack all on top of each other, but you get 3 of them. And they have a little thingy on them, so you can even hang them up as well. Good for things like tablets as well. So if you've got tablets and you want to hang them up, there we go. Adjustable click in sturdy dividers. So once you put the lid on, everything stays in place. Iron cleaner. I use this all the time because I'm always sticking things to it all the time. These are brilliant as well. So they're £9.98. Now, it took me ages. I read all the instructions, tried to find out how to use it, but it's really, really simple. Your iron needs to be hot, and then just stick it on a piece of fabric that you don't mind throwing out, just an old piece of fabric. And then you get the iron cleaner, and you wipe it down the iron, whoosh, up and down several times. Then you get another piece of fabric, obviously one that you're going to throw out, and wipe it off, and it all comes off. If you've got any really stubborn stains, love that word, stubborn stains, rub it a few more times and they will come off, and it really does clean your iron. Now, it always goes using a well-ventilated room, because I mean it does smell a bit, but it's not going to kill you, it's not horrendous. But and I didn't use mine for a while because I thought, oh well, I need to have special cloths and I need to be outdoors, but just wipe it on and just open a window. But they are absolutely brilliant. And then give it a quick little squidge with your steamer thing to get all of the stuff out, but just give it a really good wipe down. And then what I do is with another piece of fabric is I just iron onto it to make sure all the marks have gone, and you've got a clean iron. But if you get any really stubborn marks, just do it a few times, but they are brilliant. And then this stick just sort of melts on it. But that's why you need a cloth underneath, because it dribbles down. fantastic. £9.98, 3 for 2. Really worth getting, because I have marked so many things because I haven't cleaned my iron, because I had the thing, and it's ridiculous, isn't it? And they do work really well. Well, they are Glycerine, mate, they really do. And I just keep a cloth now near the iron so that I can easily wipe it, because I'm always getting something stuck to it, whether it's Bondaweb or even when I'm putting things like H640 on, if I nick the edge of it and then you get a mark on your iron. But it is worth it, because if you iron a black mark onto fabric, it's almost impossible to get off. So keep your iron clean and get 3 for 2. Loads of you have got that in baskets, I'm not surprised. £9.98. Do get that one checked out. Right, what haven't we done? What haven't we done? We haven't done thread. Let's do thread. Now this is Gutermann thread. Gutermann thread's beautiful quality. This is 100% polyester thread. It's your normal 50 weight sewing threads. You use it for your normal sewing, whether that's dressmaking or quilting or whatever. Now in each pack, this one has been opened already. It's a bit pastel, isn't it? So you get 7 spools, and there's 100 meters in each spool. So you get a white one, which is quite handy. Then you get light pink. It's very springy, isn't it? Light pink and medium pink. Then you get light blue and medium blue. And then you get light green and medium green. So there we go. So you will get in this bundle, you're saving a tenner. Wow. You are getting 21 spools of thread, because you get 3 packs, at £25.97. Save a tenner. That's not bad, is it? Not bad. Can't really say no to that on a Sunday morning, can you? £25.97. And Gutermann thread is lovely, isn't it? Love that. I'll put it back in. Otherwise, they're all going to roll on the floor if I don't do that. Wax. Oh yes, I've seen that. Right, get those checked out, because that is a fantastic deal. Paraffin wax. This is like a thread conditioner, really. So it prevents your threads from tangling. So this is particularly when you're hand sewing, obviously. So when you're sewing on buttons, or whether you're doing embroidery or hemming, all you need to do, so you can see the little slots there, is you just hold it and then you pull the thread through the wax and then thread your needle, and it will stop the threads from tangling. So what it says, it provides added strength to your thread, making it resistant to static and help it slip through the fabric, tangle and knot free. So you know when you're sewing, and if you cut your thread a little bit too long and you get those little slip knots and then you pull them too hard and then they break, that won't happen. It's ideal for waxing threads, yarns, for quilting, sewing and craft work. So if you do hand quilting, it's really good for that. I use it when I do embroidery, but it's very good as well for EPP, because then, you know, when you're doing EPP, you're doing a lot of sewing through and through and through and through and through. So this will make your thread stronger. So your thread makes your thread like better quality, but just by running it through. Now, 3 of those, 3 for 2, save £2.49, so you're just paying £4.98, and we've only got 3 bundles left. So I'll leave that one with you. Right, there is still, just to let you know about the overlocker, there is 1 left. Just £299 for a Britannia overlocker. Loads and loads of you, we had yesterday, over 20 of you missed out, but 1 came back in stock overnight, so we thought we'd highlight that to you. Now look, if you've always thought about getting an overlocker, because it does give you that professional finish, you're getting one for under £300. It means that you can stitch your jerseys, you can stitch your fabrics, you don't have to finish any seams. It sews, cuts and finishes all in one. George was on with us yesterday. He threaded up live on air in minutes. Oh, sorry, on Friday. £299. Now, it is available on 3-way split pay as well. So all you have to do is pay $99.66 now. We will send it straight to you, and then you pay the other instalments over the next 2 months. And you're saving £72. So if you've always thought about getting an overlocker, we've got 1 left at that very special price. Now that price will finish at midnight. We have been told we can't change that now. So that's it, and we only have one of them left. So you might be that lucky person who gets them. So if you were here yesterday, and we've got 7 of them in baskets, and we have 1. So whichever one of you manages to check out first, lucky you. Oh yes, and the cover stitch machine as well. Now the cover stitch machine, the cover stitch is using, if you have a look at, if you've got a t-shirt on, have a look at the hem and see the way that that is stitched so it looks invisible. That is what your cover stitch machine will do. An overlocker won't do it, a sewing machine won't do it, but the cover stitch, yeah, that bit on your hem. The cover stitch machine will do that. So if you like dressmaking, if you want to get that professional finish, if people say to you, oh, can you just short my t-shirt? And you think, no, because it's never going to look as good. That's what you need. I mean, if you've got the sewing machine, you've got the overlocker, this is kind of the final one, isn't it? That's the last piece of your dressmaking jigsaw. Done. But this is a really good price because this is a professional machine. £399. You are saving £112. But that is today. The reason we're highlighting it is that offer, that £112 off offer will end at midnight. Now, you can pay for it outright if you want, entirely up to you, or it's available on split pay, 3 equal payments of £133. We'll send it to you straight away. You pay the other payments as usual. When you come to check out, you can choose whether to buy it on split pay or whether you just want to pay it outright. But this will take your sewing up to that next level. So I know there's a lot of dressmakers out there start with the sewing machine, then they have the overlocker, but the cover stitch is the one thing that the other machines just can't do. So there we go. If you're a short person like me and you're always taking up your t-shirts, perfect. Anyway, thank you so much. There are a few offers that we haven't had time for, like the LED candles and the snap fasteners. And other little things, but Ben is just putting them through now, but they are all available for you to buy. So if you've got any of the offers in your basket, we are subscribed on nearly all of them, which means, the Calico Bolt is now limited. So when I say oversubscribed, I mean there are more of you who've got it in basket than we've actually got in stock. So once everyone's checked out, most of this will have gone. Anyway, I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with the wonderful Amanda Little, who is going to show us how to make a gorgeous brand new quilt design using the new Lynette Anderson Botanicals collection. We've also got available in a Brights collection. We've got pattern only, and Amanda is an expert patchwork and quilter, so you are going to love this demo. Go make yourself a cup of tea and then come back and you can enjoy the next hour. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out. And I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we have got Amanda with us. Morning, Amanda.
Hello.
Amanda. We were just having a conversation about things that people say wrong. It was great. So Amanda said, can I have a friction pen? And I said, what, a friction? Because some people call it that. So we had a conversation about what everyone all calls things wrong. So your dad calls it IKEA.
Yes,
not
he used
IKEA.
to call it IKEA, yeah.
What's
IKEA.
What's your favourite one that people call wrong? I know someone who calls... What did you... Oh, so Ben says his mum says struddled and not struggled. I know someone who calls pizza. Yeah. Weird. Oh, yeah, Ben's is... No, Charlie's is Barclays, not Barclays.
Oh,
Barclays. And my favourite one is a friend of mine who has a gilet and calls it a gillet.
Oh, a gillet, yeah. We've all had gillets in the winter as well, haven't we?
I love that.
Padded
Oh, a
gillet.
ciabatta is ciabatta.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, I could go on for hours. Tell me what your favourite one is, because they make me laugh so much. Anyway, Amanda, you have designed this amazing quilt for us.
It's a nice one, isn't it, that?
I really like this.
Yeah,
it's lovely, isn't it?
Yes.
So where did you start with the design or with the fabric? What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The fabric first. So Jess offered me the opportunity to work with the Lynette Anderson fabrics.
And it's a nice collection, isn't it?
Yeah. So when the fabrics arrived, they were called, or the collection is called Botanical.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And in the kit, by the way, you get everything for this. So the whole botanical collection.
Which I took to mean plant.
Yeah, well, yes.
So I
Botanicals,
thought, well,
but don't they put that in gin? Don't they have like gin has botanicals?
bit of rhubarb or something.
I don't know. Is it like herbs?
Possibly. Well, I just took it literally as plants. I thought we'll have a nice flower and we'll have a nice stem.
Right.
So even though the fabrics can sort of go more sort of towards the traditional look, I think sort of the design is modern.
Is much more modern,
so
isn't it?
It will work with any combination,
does,
I think. Yeah.
It's gorgeous. So we've got the complete kit for this, and it is gorgeous. But we have got the patterns as well. So if you've got a fabric collection, I'm thinking denim and calico. That's my thing this morning, because we had a bolt of calico and then bundles of denim. But wouldn't that look lovely in denim?
It would. It would look good in any collection.
It really would, wouldn't it? And I guess you could do it where you just have one same colour for all the stems and leaves.
Yeah, so I've gone scrappy because there were so many lovely fabrics.
Yeah, I think it really works like that.
And I think it's sort of, they all sort of pull together. But on the demo, we've got more, sort of solid brights.
Oh, okay.
In
there are
fewer
two
colours.
colourways available of this kit. We've got this beautiful, glorious Lynette Anderson one, and then we've got the brights one as well.
And I also think the brights would work really well with a darker background. They would pop against a dark background fabric.
It is gorgeous, really. Is it difficult?
No, it's. I found that the best way to do it. Now, nothing is difficult. They're all straight seams.
Oh, okay, right.
The flower is more intricate in that you've got more pieces.
Right.
So what I suggest is maybe do a flower, have a drink, do a stem,
have another drink. And then come back tomorrow.
And then come back. So no, I think if you it's up to you. But I thought the best was to do a flower, and then the stem is super quick.
Okay. And then once you've worked out that, then you can sort of
just motor through it.
Piece it all. Fabulous. Right, let me go through the kits, and then we'll crack on with the demo. Right, the Lynette Anderson kit. So you get the pattern. The pattern, beautifully printed by Amanda. It's got. Let me show you. Look, loads of pages. Tells you everything you need to know. How to make it. How to cut it out. Look, there's even diagrams of how to do it. Pictures. Everything. Everything you need is in there. Then you get. Now, how much fabric do you get in this? 25 fat quarters. And 2.5 metres fabric. Let me show you. So this is the whole of the Lynette Anderson Botanicals collection. This is just gorgeous. See, these flowers are very similar to your flowers.
They are. I did try to keep it sort of a simplistic,
it's
rustic
lovely
looking flower.
So these are gorgeous. So the shades are sort of blue and purpley blues. You've got bees on them, butterflies, little flowers. You've got some that are, just a small design, little flowers there, little spotty ones. Some that are bigger designs like this one. But have you put that one in the middle?
I tended to keep the
bigger,
prettier designs to my eye as the flower centres.
And then you've got this lovely, it's like a mustardy, Dijon-y mustard.
Yeah, sort of like a very soft,
greeny yellow.
Yeah.
It is very botanical, actually, isn't it? Look at all of these. 25 fat quarters. Absolutely loads. And you said that there's leftovers.
So there's leftovers. You could easily make a scrappy binding if you wanted to.
Because in the kit as well, you get 2.5 metres of cream, and that's used for the background.
That's for the background.
So that's all of that light background area. 2.5 metres, and then you get 1 metre of, must be this one, mustn't it?
All right. I thought that I'd only specified half a metre, but if there's a metre,
what does it say? And the rest of fat quarters, but you also get the binding. Do you get the binding in this one? Okay, no. Well, that is because that must be put in as an extra.
Or is that the backing?
Maybe that's the backing for the extra for the backing. So yes, you can use that for the backing, but there is enough fabric in the kit to be able to join together the fabrics to make a scrappy binding as well. And the instructions. So all of that for that beautiful quilt. Let me give you the size as well. It's 64.5 inches square approximately. £119.99. I think that's a fantastic price because this is designer fabric. and you get the full instructions, which you can clearly use again and again. It's available on 2-way split pay. So if you want to pay half now, this is interest free, it won't cost you any more. Pay half now, we'll send you the kit, and then pay the other half next month. Fantastic. £119.99 for the whole kit. Gorgeous. Now, just want to give you a stock warning. We have got loads of you who've got this in baskets. And we are obviously limited in stock because we have to get all the fabric and fat core to it. So we are limited. There are loads of you who have got this in baskets. If you want to get the quilt kit, this is the only way you can get it with all of these fabrics in it. Because when you look at the quilt, you've got, I mean, I love the fact that you've used these really big prints in the centre of the flowers. And then the colours sort of all joined, because the colours in the whole palette go together, don't they?
Yeah, I always struggle, to be honest, going to scrappy. It's got a bit of a problem.
Planned random, Amanda, planned random.
But you could genuinely just grab a fabric and it would work. I think they, like you said, they all work together.
Yeah, they do. And I think that's the beauty of using fabric from a collection, though, isn't it? You know that they'll go together. But you have stuck to sort of the smaller print fabric.
Yeah, kept sort
stems.
of the ditzy ones in the smaller pieces.
Yeah, it's lovely. And also it's like some of these striped fabrics, so you could use those in different directions as well, couldn't you? So
you could,
get that
yes,
way, or
yeah,
horizontally or vertically. Beautiful, really like that. All right, we're just having a close look at the flowers. It's really, really beautiful quilt. Because like you say, the fabrics are very traditional and the pattern is modern, and the two work really well together. I really like that. Lovely, lovely, lovely quilt. So if you've got this in your basket, you need to get checked out on this one. Right, let me show you the other version. Now the other version, Amanda's going to be demonstrating, so you'll be able to see how it works. But let me show you the kit for this one. So obviously, again, you get full instructions. Now this is our plain fabric, but it's blender fabric, so it's got a slightly mottled look to it. You can see on the orange, look, it's plain, but it's got slightly mottled. So this is a different price point because it's a different fabric. So in here, this is done in meters. So you get, so rather than all the fat quarters, you get meters. So you get orange, peach, light green, medium green, dark green, olivey green, and then you get 2.5 meters. Oh, then and a burgundy, and then you get 2.5 meters of cream for the background.
I think the burgundy is intended for the binding.
Oh yes, so the binding, the burgundy can be used for the binding for this one. 7 meters of fabric. So 2.5 meters of cream, 0.5 meter of that, and so 7 meters in total. And the instructions, and you'll be able to see what it looks like while Amanda's doing it. So this is same quilt but just using different fabrics. So $59.99, you get 7 meters of our blender fabrics. That is a very affordable way of making a quilt. I mean, it is gorgeous because they are lovely, aren't they? I mean, it's almost worth getting both of them, to be honest, because they're for different people then, aren't they? Different thoughts. Is this pattern beginner friendly, please?
I think it is. I think a confident beginner, perhaps it's not your very first quilt.
Right.
But when you sort of break it down, it's only ever a straight seam.
Yeah.
It's just that perhaps on the flower block, we've got some smaller pieces.
Well, what I'd say, Susan, is watch Amanda's demo and then you can decide.
Yeah,
really.
I don't think you should be
It
put
depends
off.
where you are with your quilting, and you know, but maybe you haven't done quilting before, but you've done a lot of sewing. Maybe you've done dressmaking or you've done bag making, and you've done all of this and more. And I think so all of these skills are transferable. I sometimes think people go, "Oh, I've only made zip purses," and you think, "Well, you can definitely do this." Then. So watch the demo and see what you think. Another question. Good morning all. Has the overlocker gone? It comes up sold out. Yes, unfortunately it has. We have still got some of the cover stitch left, but the overlocker's gone. Right, and we've also got instructions on their own. So if you've got your own fabric stash and you just want the instructions, it will look, I think this will suit any fabric, and as you can see from our bundles, you can make it using fat quarters, you can make it using half meters, whole meters, just depends how many different prints and colours you want to put in your quilt. £9.99, that is brilliant. Also means if you get the instructions, then you can use your own fabric. You can just repeat this, you can make it as big as you like then. Or longer.
Yes, I think, to be honest, if you cut really carefully with the Lynette Anderson, you could probably get another row.
Oh, right.
If
so
you wanted
or even, I think, sometimes when you buy these, if you've got like one plain fabric in your stash,
that you can bring
that
in,
kind of will go, then you can make it bigger as well. So £9.99, really good, because these instructions are fantastic. So it's a lovely instruction booklet to have in your stash for when you think, I've got a nice, I mean, you think of the fabrics, I think it works really well with these little prints. So it would look lovely with Tilda, Liberty.
Yeah. And the Tilda, that they always seem to have 4 different colourways, you know.
They do. Oh,
was
yes.
it sort of blue, red,
That's
green,
true,
yellow.
Actually.
So you could.
But then wouldn't it look great in Cafe?
Yes.
Because even
with the dark background.
With even
Cafe,
even with the bigger, you can cut the bigger prints and you just take little snippets of them as well. So very, very usable. Let's go do the demo. We've also got backing fabric bundles and wadding that we can go through later, but I want to see how you make it. Let's get on and make it. I'll come over.
Okie doke.
So, where do we start as I come the fabric out?
So, in the instructions, if you're using the Lynette Anderson, I have put there are written cutting instructions, but I've done a little diagram.
Oh, okay.
Because you've got lots of different sized pieces, so just to get the best.
Oh, yes, right. Oh, perfect.
You know, sort of.
So if you're making it with fat quarters, you put it. If you're then using half meters or whatever,
you would just cut across the width of fabric.
But if you're using fat quarters, Amanda's very handily put in a cutting diagram.
So 2 blocks. We've got, I think, 13 flower blocks and 12 stem blocks. So if we start off with the flower
stem,
something, we'll maybe start with the flower block because that's the more intricate.
Right.
And if we do sort of start to get
so
tight
that's
and
what
tight,
the flower block looks like in the plate.
In the plate,
though, isn't it?
So we'll start off then. Let me grab the bits. As usual, I've come through the door and everything's gone. So.
That's the wind tunnel that you've walked through, obviously.
Right, so we're going to start off then, and that centre block is a snowball block.
Oh, right.
So we're going to make that.
What does that mean?
I think it's just because it looks snowballish.
So how do you do? Yes.
Okay. So nice and easy to start off with. We start off with a square, a plain square. And let me just check the sizes on these. Okay. A plain square, and the ruler's disappeared.
What?
That big long ruler.
Oh, this one.
Oh, you see, that's it. See, Levi's tidying up.
Tidying up.
He sits down for 2 minutes. He's tidying up. He's a good lad, isn't he?
Okay. So large square and 4 smaller squares. And what we're going to do is draw a diagonal line from corner to corner on the smaller squares. Now it doesn't matter.
Oh, is that one not working?
Oh, perhaps I just needed to press a bit harder. There we go. It doesn't matter if if you're not confident with your friction pen. It doesn't actually matter because that will be cut away.
Oh, right, okay.
So don't be concerned about it leaving a mark on your fabric. So just across, diagonal corner. There we go. Okay. So what we're going to do now is just place one little square in each corner of that big square. I'll pop a pin in just to keep it secure, but it's entirely up to you, sort of whether you use pins or not. And then what we're going to do, we're going to take it across to the machine, and we're going to actually sew on that line.
Okay.
we're not sewing a 1/4 inch away from it.
Just
we're going
on
to
the
sew
line.
through the line, yeah.
So you see, now this is good for beginners. So this is why I think, you know, when often people say, is this for me? You have to sort of watch it and think, well, can I do that? Yeah, but if you can sew in straight lines, this is even easier because the line's drawn for you.
Yes, yeah. So I've not moved. I've just got the machine. You know,
See,
so
now
when you
you
switch
use
it on.
a 2mm sewing stitch length, you said in here as well.
I do tend
Yeah,
to
see,
at home.
I don't, and I'm thinking maybe I should. Because my machine just sets at 2.4, so I go, yeah, right, then I'll do that.
I've got. There's a stitch on my machine that's a piecing stitch.
Yeah.
And it just defaults to 2.
Oh, so that must be the right thing to do. I think I just go for my default and I change it if I'm top stitching. But do you think it's better to stitch at a 2?
I think your seams are perhaps more secure. Excuse me. But then if you stuck with a 2.4 and you weren't sure and you needed to unpick, it makes for much easier unpicking.
True, but then like you say, the seams are more secure, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think if you pop this machine to the 1/4 inch, does this one default to about a 1.8, which is, to my mind, a bit too short, but would be good for paper piecing.
Yes, for FPP,
yeah.
No, but I like the way that you put that information in, and like what needle you should use as well. Because I think we often stitch things because our machine tells us to, without actually thinking about it.
Yeah,
Would you like that pressed, Amanda?
In a second. Okay. So what we're going to do?
I'm chief presser today, you see. Chief pressing helper.
I don't know if I've turned it on.
Oh, I can do that for you.
I ummed and ahed and I thought, no, I'll leave it on.
There we go. It's all ready.
Okay. So there's the block at this stage. What we're going to do now?
Oh, this is a new one.
Actually, you've got 2 options. I like to trim them because I just don't like the bulk, you know.
Right, okay.
But you could, if you wanted to, just fold that back and press it and leave all those layers in. But I do like to trim mine away, so I'll do that.
Top tips. Hope you're listening to this. Lots of top tips. Amanda always has loads of them. If you've got any questions about anything, really, Amanda normally knows the answer. Anything. Doesn't even need to be patchwork related, does it?
Not so good on general knowledge.
Really? Doesn't need to be general knowledge. How big is the quilt? She knows everything. I know the answer to this one. The answer to this question is 64.5 inches square. Okay. It can be whatever size you want it to be, though, because you can add to it. Once you then you press these over to one side. But you can make it any size. But the actual quilt is 64.5 inches square. My daughter went to a pub quiz with her new housemate. New housemate. So go to the local pub quiz. They came bottom, like the absolute last of all of them. I thought, that's rubbish, isn't it? Absolute bottom. And she goes, well, who knows who the new Defence Secretary is anyway?
Well, I don't know if I would know that.
And I actually knew the answer to that. But there were lots of things like Kylie Minogue lyrics and what were the songs.
Oh, right. Yeah, maybe I would know that.
But you know, I'm never very good at lyrics. Yeah. Because, you know, when you read them, it's not the same as them being sung. I thought that was a little niche.
Yeah. Barry's a bit like that. He knows the tune, but he just puts his own words to it.
But I thought, it was a bit technical. But I was trying to impress the new housemates and they came absolute bottom.
So there's the centre block complete. So what we're going to do now, I'll say start off nice and easy. We're going to make the larger petals. We need to make 4 in total. Okay. So we'll start off.
It looks like a sunflower, doesn't it?
It does in these colours,
Yeah, it really looks like it's really nice.
So that's that unit by itself. And what we'll do to get to that stage is take a plain square and 2 smaller background squares.
Okay.
And it is...
You've got a massive ruler there, hasn't it? Surely we must have a smaller ruler. We need that really long, thin one. I don't know what's happened to that one. Or the square one even.
Actually, I don't know if I've got a teeny tiny one, but the only thing is it's not one... Perhaps that...
it is very big. You just need a ruler.
It's like, what was that, with the huge mobile phone using...
Oh, yes, that one. Hello!
Dom John.
Hello! Dom Jolly, yeah. And I still say that when people's phones ring with that ring tune. Like, hello! And everyone who's not of my generation
wonders what
I'm on about.
Yeah. So same as before, you'll get expert at doing
Drawing
snowball
lines.
corners.
So get
yeah.
yourself a friction pen.
So what we're going to do is pop on one side first, and same as before, just sew on the line, on the drawn line.
Mind you, I read Harry Potter and called the lead secondary character Hermione throughout the whole book until I watched the film.
That was Neve's pet peeve. I don't know, she must have been observing or in, you know, in some class. And I think there was a teacher calling Hermione. And she says, oh, see, she's like obsessed with Harry Potter.
Well, until I watched it, I read the whole book as she was Hermione. And I thought, who's Hermione? That's odd. Who is that?
They're doing a new series, aren't they, I think?
They're what?
They're doing a new series of Harry Potter.
Has she written more books then?
No, this is so they're going to, sorry, would you mind just pressing that for me?
Yes, we've got Harry Potter to talk about.
So they're going to do the exact same storyline, which to me just seems completely mad, but with new actors in. And the chap that they're using for Snape, did you see the latest Star Wars film?
No.
And it was I can't remember the actor's name, but he was the chap that played Princess Leia and Han Solo's son.
Oh,
and
okay.
he does look very good. But it just...
It's going to be Snape.
Yeah. But they're not changing there's no additional story. It is just repeating what we've already got.
So making the film again,
it's a series,
but with different actors?
Yeah. Sorry. So we've pressed that one
the point of that.
Towards the outside, and we're just going to now place another triangle on the top.
Right, okay, so you have to do one at a time?
Yes, yeah,
Right.
to get that sort of overlap.
Okay.
Just there.
Perfect. I don't know why they're doing that. That's really odd. So it's the same. Well, I guess it's only like doing. I mean, loads of films.
Yeah,
they
it's sort
update,
of like
don't
Pride
they?
and Prejudice. Yeah, they've done them
Little
all.
Women.
Yeah, but it might be okay. But and then we'll just take off. As I say, if you feel more comfortable leaving that on, I don't think it's especially, sort of stretchy and not easily distorted. But if you prefer that look.
Right.
Leave it on, but just be aware that you've just got a little bit of extra bulk when it comes to quilting. Oops.
Thank you very much. I could be your pressing assistant. I'll come round. We'd never get anything done though, would we? We'd be like in the middle of making a quilt. We'd go,
off on a tangent.
Yeah, did you know? Off on a tangent. Off on a tangent. And we go, I can't remember what we were doing anymore. We'd never get it finished, would we?
So we need to make 4 of those. So if I start to perhaps build that one there, so we can see.
Oh, hang on. We need to bring that over.
We need to come over just a little bit.
There we go.
So they'll go.
There we go.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next piece that we need to make is this half square triangle.
Okay.
So we're going to take a solid square and, I've already, there's one I prepared earlier.
There's one I marked earlier.
And then a background square, and you'll get 2
from each one. This is quite a nice make though. I quite like this because you're doing lots of different things, aren't you?
Yeah.
And I guess once you've made one flower, you'd make all of these for all of the flowers, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And,
yeah. Just do them. Yeah.
But it's quite nice, isn't it? Just make a few of those, and then it makes it quite an achievable thing. So if you are new to quilting, you think, well, I'm just going to do a flower today. And then you get hooked and it'll be 3 a.m. and you'll have done the 11. But you could do it as a flower day.
You could, yeah. So we've got background fabric and petal fabric, right sides together with a diagonal line drawn across. I've used different rulers. Yours will be the same size.
Right,
but
okay.
I've obviously used a different ruler at some point, which is top tip.
Yeah.
Stick with the same
Stick
ruler
with the
throughout
same
the project.
ruler, yeah.
This time we're going to sew 1/4 of an inch either side of that drawn line,
Rightio.
just a traditional
Okay.
half square triangle.
So do you draw that line on, or do you just...
I like to draw it on, and
But
then
do you
I'll
draw
just...
the sewing lines on, or you
No,
just stitch
I never
1/4
bother
away?
with the sewing lines. I'll just use the edge of the foot.
Okay.
So if I'll just line up.
So if you've got 1/4 of an inch foot, you could just line it up.
Just line it up.
Right.
I've turned this on to stitch number 06, which gives me 1/4 inch, or brings the needle
okay.
1/4 inch away.
So some machines, if you've got a computerised sewing machine like this, you can set it. If
Yeah.
your machine doesn't do that, then you'll just have to measure it or draw the line on.
Yeah. So we'll just whiz. Now these are, so I'll just lift the foot, and you don't need to trim it, just grab onto that thread, bring it back, and come back in the other direction. These are no trim half square triangles.
Oh, are
I
they?
probably will straighten it up because I've obviously used a...
I've never done that. What's a no trim half square triangle then?
Sometimes patterns will ask you to make a half square triangle. So if you need a 2.5 inch square, half square triangle unit for your pattern, they'll have you make it so that you've got 2 5/8, and you've just then, when it's made, got to go round.
You have to trim. That's how I
trim
do
it
it.
up.
So
I prefer not to.
because I hate trimming them.
I'll say it's
Really
the most
hate it.
boring job in the
It's
world.
awful.
So I'll try and make mine the exact size that I want. It just means that you've got to perhaps try and be a bit more accurate and maintain your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
I guess so. Because when I do mine, I'm sort of all over the place a bit, really. I don't really follow, so I just trim to fit.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you.
That's a good idea though, because I actually hate trimming them.
But yeah, so if
So you've done it exactly, so you don't have to
I've
trim
done it
them.
exactly.
But
So
that's a good idea.
yeah, so to press these, we want the seams to be going towards the dark side. So on your pressing mat, put the light side down and then press over, and that seam will automatically,
will do.
be going the right way.
Yeah, maybe I'll try this because I hate doing that. It's the trimming of. I need to trim mine though because it's all over the place. I often stitch them like with 1/8 of an inch, so I've got even more to trim off.
If you're running short on fabric, that's fine to do an 1/8, as long as you end up with the half square unit, the size that you need it to be.
There we go. And they work out exactly the right size.
Yeah, let's see what they are. Yeah, so yeah, they're not far off. So I'll bring this one back and we can see how we're going now. So these half square triangles now will start to slot in around the edges.
Oh, so you've made some. I'm thinking, where do they all come from? You've made some in advance of them. I'm sure I just did 2 of those. These are some half square triangles Amanda made in advance.
Get this right. There we go.
So you could, if you bought the pattern for this, you could make a sunflower quilt, couldn't you? So you could just do sunflowers.
Yeah.
But you could do them, I would do them, I'm thinking about this now, in lots of different yellow prints and lots of different ground prints, but still sunflowers.
There was a really nice Lewis and Irene fabric, and that was sort of honeybee and I can't remember the name of it, but that would work
be
really
nice.
Yeah.
Or you could do them as like those big, is it like those lupins? I know they don't look like lupins, but those bluey purpley shades.
Yeah. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah,
and
to go different shades.
Or daisies. It could be daisies.
Yeah. And you could even put some sort of embroidery or have it as like you know, sort of a quilt that everyone signs.
Yeah, that's a good idea because you've got a nice big space.
Yeah,
it's a good time to use a favourite fabric, isn't it? So if you've got like charm packs, bigger ones, to put those in.
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
Nice,
Very
adaptable pattern. So if you want the pattern on its own, it's £9.99. There it is, on the screen up there. £9.99. he's a man standing on the chair.
I can't see with the reflection. Is he pretending to be a sunflower?
I think he's pretending to be a sunflower.
So the next stage then is to join a plain black background square to the half square triangle. I think 2 have flitted off somewhere, but...
Oh, what, the plain squares
I'll
are
just
flitted?
cut a couple... no, that's not big enough. I'll come back to that. And we
They'll
probably in the
return.
corridor somewhere.
Yeah, they're probably in the little wind tunnel around the corner. If anyone's seen any cream squares...
Okay, so yeah, we'll just get these together. Again, it's up to you whether you want to use a pin or not, but we're just going to one on top of the other, and we're going to sew across.
Good morning, it's great to see Amanda on screen. It is. It is. I love her patterns, and I've learned a lot watching her demos. Winsome from Maidenhead.
Oh, bless.
I know, she's great, isn't she? She knows everything. She does. Me and Amanda used to work together when we were on that other channel, Sewing Quarter. We worked together in the office, didn't get a lot of work done, to be honest. Did talk about a lot of things.
I was saying there was
didn't we?
lots of, what do you call it?
Laughing?
Brainstorming.
Brainstorming! There was a lot
Trying to
of
think of the word.
brainstorming going on. Yes, there was, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And we sat next to each other. Nightmare. Amanda was so distracting.
Oh dear.
We had a lot of laughing.
Have you? I bet you've not been back to Digbeth, have you, since, or have you? Is it?
I have never been back to Digbeth through total sadness.
Oh.
I loved working there so much. You know when you've got a job that's so great and you just can't bear to go back because it was so good, so I just can't.
Oh. But it was really sort of up and coming, wasn't it? They were doing all those eateries and places to go for drinks.
It was lovely. It was a lovely time, wasn't it?
It was. Right, I'm just going to quickly cut another...
I've been back to Birmingham once.
Yeah.
It's probably just once, but it's, well, you know, when you've worked somewhere, or you've been somewhere that was so good, because we had a lot of fun there.
Yeah.
I think I used to have to spend most of my free time working to cover all the time I didn't spend working in the office through laughing so much that you could. It was lovely, wasn't it? Great coffee shops.
Oh, so, yeah.
Wasn't the coffee
Yeah,
shops good?
I imagine it's really nice.
But
now.
it was it was actually a really nice atmosphere because we had a lot of brainstorming. We did spend a lot of time talking about fabric and quilts.
Yes.
And how do you do that and how do you do that? I learned absolutely loads.
Right, so we'll just...
I mean, obviously Sewing Street's better, obviously, but we did have a lot of fun. Actually, I'm seeing the wonderful Wendy Rhodes tonight.
Oh, are you?
I haven't seen her for ages. Yes. So Wendy was our wonderful Wendy who we work with.
Is she still teaching?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who also joined in the fun and jollity and the brainstorming.
Yeah.
Genius brainstormer was Wendy. And I'm seeing this evening. So you're sewing these all together in a
So
in
yeah,
a
I've just
flag.
made a little bit of bunting.
Right, that's lovely.
So yeah, once you have got all your fabrics cut out.
So are you joining the bits on as you go rather than doing all the bits and then joining it all in rows? You join it as you go.
No, I'm gonna we'll make 3 rows.
Oh, okay. But you're just making all the bits.
I'm just making all the bits all in one. I just find that easier.
Okay.
So these now.
But it's not. I think by breaking it down like this, it makes it does feel achievable, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So these now, it's a case of working out where they came from.
Where they came from. But if you've got it all laid out in front of you, and in the instructions there are diagrams of all these. So
it's all broken down for you.
Because what I always do once I've made one block like that, is then I repeat them. I think Amanda is my favourite. My favourite. So calm next to Naughty Becky. Great demo as usual. That's so not true. She was the bad influence. We did just talk a lot. There was a lot to talk about.
I'll say it was a busy place.
It was a very busy place, yes. No, Amanda's a genius. I learned a lot. I'd come in and go, now Amanda, I want to make, how do I do it?
Right, sorry, this...
It was great actually, because you just learned loads from everybody.
I say it was a really good environment, wasn't it? Because you got so many different talents in there.
And I think that's why a lot of people love going to workshops and they love going to quilting groups, because everybody always has a little tip. And to be able to sit next to people and go, oh, I didn't know you could do it like that. It's really useful.
Yeah,
and everyone's always fab for sharing advice and tips.
Right. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do now then is just start to join these. So we'll bring that one on top, and all I'm going to do is match up. Now you can, if you want, trim off your dog ears. I don't tend to, because I find that they can be really good markers, you know, if you're wanting to match something up.
And because you haven't got to trim these anyway, then they'll still be there.
Yeah. So I've just put a pin just to get those corners aligned.
That's a really good idea.
I'm just going to hold the top. And then we'll just stretch it.
Oh, okay.
I think there is a little bit of a difference in there, but when you're doing it at home, you'll just take a bit more time than
I'm going to press your little things
than I am
while you're doing that. We're having a few technical difficulties, not quilting technical. Amanda's absolutely fine. On the website and YouTube seems to have fallen apart for now, but it's okay because Ben's fixing it.
stood on the chair.
He stood on the chair with
the
a
aerial
screwdriver in his hand. Yes, Ben is currently fixing it. So if you're having problems ordering a tool, just call the number. It's free, 0800 001 4433. It's a UK call centre, it's just upstairs. So if you're having any problems ordering a tool, just give them a number, a ring even. Because give them a number, give them a ring, and they will be able to help you, because I don't want you to miss out. So, and in the instructions there's pictures of all of this, all broken down, all these different stages, which is great. So you'll be able to see. So look, I'll show you, because I want to show you the whole thing. But look at all the diagrams. It's all broken down.
So that's that there is
that. So that makes it so much easier, so you can see. And then once you've made one block like that, you can just stick that on your table and copy it.
Yes, yeah.
But to start with, everything is broken down for you in the instructions.
Yeah. So if there's time, I'll get going with those. But if we make the corner unit now, just so that you've seen every element.
That's the final bit.
This one is, I mean, it really couldn't be
we've got
much
hours
simpler.
left.
We've still got the stem to do though, haven't we?
So I don't want to... that. Oh, okay, yes.
So that one is super duper easy.
So you just, so that's just 2 squares and a rectangle, and then that joins into there, and you just do that for all of them. Yeah. Oh, you got some more?
I'll say I've made them, so shall I just pop them in?
It's like a jigsaw now. No, that makes sense. And then you just join all that together.
Yeah, so those 3 would be joined together. Those would already be joined.
Yeah, fab.
And joined across the middle, and then this.
And then you just go, and it goes.
And turn it into that
like
one. Yeah. If there's time, I'll come back and I'll finish. But I'd like, if we can, just to show.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
let's do
the
stem. Now I like this stem because you've used all the different greens on it.
Yes. I mean, I'd got no idea what I was being sent.
Thank goodness they were green then.
But bless it, Jess is really good with colours. I've just gone, or what seemed to my eye to be, sort of light, medium, dark, and then.
Yes, because there are 4 in this bundle, in this kit. That's not the one that's the Lynette Anderson one that's on the screen, but for this one, you get 4 different greens.
Yes.
That's a lovely, I like that look to it. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so
and you could swap them around, so you could have dark stem.
Yeah,
or
and
whatever.
you could do. You don't necessarily have to have the same colour on the same side. You could do the completely scrappy,
or
even have the whole block
could be one
as light, and then another block as dark. It's entirely your choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
imagine the planning in random in that one though. I wouldn't want to do that.
So.
You've got ages, 15 minutes.
Well, I'll come back to that one then. But so this one, surprise, surprise, is another variation on the snowball
Okay.
block. So we're going to start off with.
So that's a leaf.
That's yeah. That would be.
Okay. Oh, hang on.
That one just there. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes, there's a leaf.
Just there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So to make that one, we need to take a solid green square and 2 small background squares, exactly the same as before. We'll draw a diagonal line across.
Oh, everything's down. Oh, okay. Everything's down.
Oh, so they can't see
They-
us.
Pause.
Yeah, just pause. Right. We're on Facebook Live. Hello. Oh gosh, I've got a terrible curtains thing. It's like the 90s. Hello. We're on Facebook Live right now. I don't know if anyone at home can see us at the moment. I know that we've got major web issues at the moment. IT are on top of it. So basically, if you can't see us on the website or on Facebook or on YouTube or on Freeview, some people at the moment, then we're aware of it. We're trying to fix it. It's weird. I'm looking at the camera. This is what I'm seeing. I'm looking at myself in the camera, but I'm here. So if all else fails, what we will do is we'll bump the Amber Makes needle case to 12 o'clock and we'll start the next hour clearance. But hopefully it will be fixed by then. So I just thought, oh, Hannah's watching. Hi, Hannah. We're having a nightmare.
Yeah, Hannah, do you want to come in?
So yeah, I just thought I'd let you know. But anything to say to the people?
Ben, I've promised them that you'll fix it.
I'm trying. It's Sunday. I'm relaxing. I'm catching up on my
But IT are on the job.
They are on the job.
Okay.
They are on the job. So sorry, Amanda, but the
It's
kids have
okay.
still gone very, very well. It's been really popular. We saw most of a demo. So
Okay, that's
what do
good.
we want? Right, how do I end this? Because I don't want to. Oh, I feel old now.
Do you press stop? Press stop.
We do know that there's problems, and we're trying to sort it out. I'm not going to say a word until I know that I've stopped it. Finish. There we go. That's what we want. Good job.
So
Bye.
what are we going to do then, Ben?
Just keep demoing.
Okay.
Should I carry
Just
on with
carry
the
on.
leaf, or shall I just
No,
go back
let's
to
carry on with the leaf.
Okay. This is weird, isn't it?
I know. We have no idea.
there
But people
anybody
might be watching. They might be working with no idea, really. We'll just carry on.
Okay.
As if they were.
Right, so in the corner, we can do both at the same time on this one. There's space enough to fit them in. Okay, so just
Some people can see us on Freeview and Sky.
okay. So we're just going to sew on the line again. So
Right,
just
okay.
pop that back to 0, 1. Yeah, so just make sure that you've got them in opposite corners
yeah.
and that they're going in the right direction. And then we'll come back the other way on that one. Is there a cut? Yeah. Right. So we're just going to trim off
the edges.
Off the edges. I should have mentioned actually before, if you if this sort of upsets you that you've got all this wastage, what you can do, actually I'll do it now, you can sew another line and you've got, oh, why is that scissors flashing?
I don't turn it
I'll
off.
turn it off and turn it back on again.
I always find that works. Try that. Fix!
Yes. I thought it affected the sewing machine as well. Yeah, so when you trim now...
So how far away do you sew that line?
I'd sew it about 1/2 inch. I mean, it's just less because I've used just the width of the presser foot. But in an ideal world, I would sew 1/2 inch so that you've got a 1/4 inch seam allowance on both.
Okay, and then you can
And
use
then
that.
you've got a little half square triangle that you could just put to one side.
Well, you could put a board around the whole thing. Would
You could,
think that
yeah,
enough?
yeah.
Might do.
But
Yeah, okay.
you could,
so rather than waste
it, you could have a lot. And I mean, all of these that we've already cut,
true. Have loads of
similar.
Good idea.
You could make some, even if it's
like
a tiny pin cushion.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, sort of something.
Amazing quilt. Could just keep saving them.
Yeah.
Good idea. So if you don't want to waste it.
All right, if you wouldn't
mind. And then I'll just press that
you.
one moment.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, bless you, Levi. Did you hear that? That was a big sneeze. That was a big sneeze.
Thank you. So we're going to make 2 of each. 2 dark green, 2 medium green, and 2 brighter green.
Okay, so that's all leaves.
They're
so you just
leaves.
make all the leaves in exactly the same way.
And then we're going to lay them out. Going to pop the stem into the centre, and then 2 background strips just to act as sashing to bring the block up to the same size as the flower block.
Okay, so you sew that.
Yep, so what I'll do now, I'm just going to sew the leaves into to columns. Yeah. Again, I would just pop a pin in the corner, make sure that the other corner is aligned, and then once it's under the presser foot, just pull it, and hopefully they will just intersect nicely for you.
I've started doing that recently, getting them to, rather than pinning them to nest, pulling them to nest. I can't remember, somebody said, somebody on one of our guests said, pull them to nest, and I've been doing this for years, and I've just realised they actually nest better.
If they just,
if they're
just
pulled
a bit,
rather than if they're pinned.
Yeah. If they're cut out accurately, you should be okay.
I've spent ages sort of matching them up and pinning them, but they sort of just nest, don't they?
Yeah. It depends, I think, what kind of block you're making, whether, you know, sort of that's the best way, or whether you're still better off nesting.
But it's just trying these little different techniques, and some things work for some people, like you say, it might work for some blocks but not ever. But when you're nesting seams, and which basically means if you press your seams in opposite directions, then when you put the two together, you got the bulk of the fabric on one side and the other, and they just sort of butt.
Yeah, there's sort of like a little shelf almost,
yes, a shelf.
That sort of interlocks. Right, so there's 2 more, and we'll just add on then the bottom ones.
Would you like me to press this one?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Open or to one side, madam?
I tend to press them to one side, but and you could do it either way, whichever you prefer.
It's fitting now.
I thought
it's looking better. It was a bit long before.
I was like, it always. You think, where have I gone wrong?
Where have I gone wrong? Why is that not fitting? It's looking so much better now.
Thank you.
Right, we've
it's
got
the same
2
as well when
minutes.
you're doing your diagrams for your instructions, and I think that doesn't look right.
That doesn't look right.
But then I've perhaps done it with, sort of
seam
allowance.
Or without the seam allowance.
It's hard to know which.
Mind you, I quite like the fact that these leaves overlap a little bit, so it's not like they're not points that match up, are they?
Yeah.
So if you don't get one leaf above the other perfectly,
there's a bit of leeway.
They're not matching points. They're sort of a
just
little bit of an
staggered.
overlap. I got that phone now. I've got that facing the wrong way.
Oh, that's this one.
That's really funny. What have I done?
So when we've got the leaves sewn into a column, it's just then a case of adding on those sashing strips at the side. So just place them on, and it doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's always hard to know right side and wrong side on the background fabric, isn't it? It's all... Well,
but I like this fabric because it's sort of mottily.
Yes, yeah,
like
just a soft.
Well, it's
finish,
a bit more
yeah.
organic, isn't it? It looks more like a leaf
rather
than
just a plain, yeah. So again, I've just made sure that the corners that are under the foot were aligned. I'll put a pin in the end, and I am just going to pull that taut. And as long as you keep, don't pull it, but sort of just don't allow it to go baggy, and it should just feed through. And then this one I would be inclined to press towards the leaves, just so that you don't run the risk of getting any shadowing.
Yes, I see what you mean. Okay, and then that's the leaf bottom. Well, thank you, Amanda, that's fantastic. Yeah. So you just make lots of them and lots of flowers.
And then just alternate them, so it's flower, leaf, and then the other column begins leaf, flower. Yeah.
We're back. Is it fixed? It's fixed. Magic.
All right.
It's fixed. It's fixed. Fantastic. So we're fixed. We're back, which is fantastic. So if you want to get the kit for the Lynette Anderson, that is up in the screen there, $119.99. We've also got the kit, which is $59.99, using these mottled plain fabrics. Obviously both kits come with the instructions and the background fabric, and enough fabric to do the binding as well. And also we have instructions on their own. So I'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. We've got the brand new Amber Makes needle case kits, so with needle bundles as well. So if you want to get checked out in the break, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7, when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out, and I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your App Store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm sorry to everyone of all the technical difficulties we've had, but we are fixed, we are ready. So the kits that we had with Amanda in the last hour to make this amazing quilt, there are still a few left. So but we are on low single figures of both kits and the instructions for the quilt. So if you got glitched out, then come back on now and you can still check out, but we are in low single figures, just to warn you. Right, so we're going to do the Amber Makes needle cases now. Now, the way this works, if you haven't seen them before, we've done these before, but we haven't had them for sale for months and months, because we decided we wanted to redesign them, but also we wanted to bring out some new prints. So the way it works, I'm going to start with the William Morris one. We've got 3 different prints for you. So, you know, if you watch Sewing Street, I'm a massive fan of needles, in that it's really important that you use the right needle for the right job. And the only way that you can use the right needle for the right job is if you've got all the needles, but then you've got to keep them all. So what do you do? Because you get them all in packets. And are you going to remember? So here's all the packets. If you've got all your hand sewing needles, are you going to remember to put them back in the right packet? And what needle does what job? So I decided, because I made one of these for myself, and I had them all in a little book. And then I had the same problem with sewing machine needles. So I've got the universal needle, because that's the one that comes with your machine. And I bought a jeans needle because it's a bit thicker, but there's loads of other needles. But then when you take the needle out, how on earth do you know what the needle is? Because, you know, they're so small, they haven't got numbers written on them, or they haven't got their names written on them. So this is the answer to that. So A, this will sort your needles out, and B, it makes you have the right needles, and then it actually makes your stitching easier and it'll look better. So this is the way it works. So I'll show you this. We've got 3 different colourways. This is the William Morris one. So in the kit, I'll show you the panel in a moment that has all the pieces. You get all the pieces to make the hand sewing needle case. So it has a little press fastener, and I put a little button on. So you've got the Strawberry Thief print on the front, and then when you open it up, it's got little pages like a little book. So it's got all of the names of the needles. So we've got beading, chenille, darners, embroidery, leather, milliners, quilting, sharps. There's loads of them. Tapestry and spares, because we all have a few spare needles that we have no idea what they're for, or safety pins. So I haven't filled this one up, but this is what it looks like when it's filled. So what you do is when you've made it, you put all the right needles. Can you see they're all pushed in here? All the right needles. So that when you need to use a long darner, you take your darner out, and then when you're finished, you put it back in, so you always know. It also means if you've got needles of different sizes, so maybe you've got different size embroidery needles, these are also called crewel, you can put them in order as well. So you've got that little book that's got all the needles that you need, and it makes you use the right needle for the job, which makes sewing so much easier. So that's the hand sewing needle case, and all the pages are labelled for you. You haven't got to do any of that. Oh, we're down again. Oh, okay.
Of course it fixed itself just for us to decide to do this, to then break again.
And now it's broken again.
What we're going to do, because all right, Levi. What we're going to do, because we don't want anyone to miss out on these kits, we're going to go for a little break. We're going to do our clearance after the break.
Right.
For an hour. And then we'll get Amanda on, and then we'll do this at 12 o'clock.
Right,
and
okay.
Everything will be fixed. But we'll get the clearance done, and then everything will be on the web as soon as it's fixed for clearance.
Okie dokie. All right. So we'll have a little break.
Bear with us.
So anyone who is managing to watch, we'll see you back here in a little bit.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out. And I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales and on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
So welcome back to Sewing Street. Now I know we're having technical difficulties, which is why we've come off the Amber Makes needle cases. We're going to do that at 12. So from what I understand, that a lot of you can watch on the telly, but not everybody. You can't order on the web, but you can order by phone. So we thought we'll go through our clearance hour, because that's probably the best thing, because we didn't really want to do our kits whilst most of you can't see. But if you are watching, brilliant, thank you. And I'm sorry for the problems, but IT are working on it. It's not just Sewing Street, it's all of our channels that have got this problem this morning. It's probably just been too hot, to be honest. Maybe it's got upset with the rain, don't know. Anyway, let's do some clearance, because we have got some fantastic deals. So if you can see me, you can always order on the phone so that you don't miss out. And I'm going to start with our pre-cuts. So I've got a fantastic 10-inch layer cake here. Now this is actually I picked this one up first because in Amanda Little's next hour, she's doing a gorgeous charm pack floor cushion, actually using this, but hers is smaller. These are gorgeous fabrics. Should we have a look? Yeah. Now that is the price pre-offer, $59.99, 42 pieces. Oh, look at that one. Look at that, $38.39. That one's already got the patchwork done for you. This is gorgeous. It's your traditional patchwork colours. You've got those browns and creams. You've got paisley. Then you move into the really lovely traditional blues and reds. So it moves into, and then you've got that lovely, this is like what you imagine a traditional patchwork quilt when they actually use scraps of fabric. It's gorgeous, isn't it? You've got those lovely gentle purples and reds. So this does feel a bit Little House on the Prairie, doesn't it? You know, when they cut up their old clothes. We don't do that now. Well, we do sometimes. But this is really lovely. And actually, this gives you a sneak preview of the fabric that Amanda's going to use in her patchwork cushion in the next hour. Anyway, look at that. £38.39, 42 pieces. This is Moda fabric. What a bargain. I love that. And honestly, that is my favourite. That's one of my, I love a patchwork fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? Of all of them. Beautiful. Right. I'll let you check out on that one because we've got a lot to get through. How do you fancy a bit of Tilda? So we have got a 5 fat quarter bundle. Oh, it's sold out on pre-order. So if you've bought it on pre-order, it's $12.99, not $19.99. Bargain. How about Tim Holtz? Can I have that? This is my favourite one. I love this one. This is the neutral bundle. It was $79.99. You have got 20 fat quarters here. Now this fabric is just lovely. I think you'll really like this because there's a lot of detail on it. If I can undo it. This has got a super tight knot on it. There's a lot of detail on this, so it's really good if you're doing fussy cutting. Do you know what, that quilt behind me, if you wanted to make a more a darker toned and more masculine looking quilt like this, wouldn't this look fab, this bundle? So you've got, these are all fat quarters, by the way. I'll show you them all. You've got one with music. You've got another one with newspaper print. Then you've got one that's got like letters on it. These are all lovely neutrals. This one's got numbers all over it. This would look nice in an office, wouldn't it, on an office wall? Just because of all the numbers and the lettering. Brown flowers. I love this one. You've got, and then even the plain ones in this bundle have got all speckles on them. That looks like receipts and bills. And then we've got letters and words. We've got another neutral one. This one's got wooden rulers all over it. And another sort of slightly darker neutral one. More wooden rulers. I'm not opening, these are bigger than this, by the way, because they're fat quarters. Another neutral one, that one's got love letters on it. Then we've got butterflies, we've got maps, clocks. You see how the colours are going from the lights all the way to the darks. And then we finally get to this one that looks like sort of dark charcoal cracked leather. The whole bundle, $64.99. Absolute bargain. Right, so some of you are saying that the website is okay for you, but we will still be doing Amber Makes at 12, just in case, because we don't want you to miss out. Because it fixed itself and then it broke again. So now we've got into this. We will still be doing the Amber Makes Our for the needle cases. It's all on pre-order if you want to get them and check them, get the kits and check them out. But I will be demonstrating it at 12 o'clock now instead. No, I haven't. Oh, Living in Loveliness scrap bag. Viving. Oh, have we got that? Oh, we've lost it. So there is should we just show it? The Living in Loveliness 50 gram scrap bag. Have we got a picture of it? It's $8.99. And it is flying out. Absolutely flying out. We're just having a look for it, but can't find it. $8.99. Don't know where that is. Maybe it was added in and we never got it. Anyway, $8.99 for the Living in Loveliness 50 gram Liberty scrap bag. Flying out. That's all my bundles done. Should we do panels? I love a panel.
It should be there.
It should be there. This is lovely. So this is Autumn Waterfall. I want to show you, you can't see it. Oh, is it? I'm going to stand in the middle. Look, if I stand on the steps, now you can see it, can't you? Is it the right way up now? Look at that. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful waterfall scene set in the autumn. So you can just use this as the centre of a quilt panel. You could cut it up and use it for attic windows. You could just use this and frame it, turn it into a Roman blind. It'll look like you live in the woodlands. Wouldn't it look great? If you've got an ugly view, tell him to move out. No, if you've got an ugly view, look at me. If you've got an ugly view, you could hang this in its place, couldn't you? Right, so that's the Autumn Waterfall. Just $7.99. Was $12.99. That's amazing, isn't it? What's this one? This one, it's like a surprise. It's like a surprise. Oh, I know, I like this one. So, I did have this one we did clear. How many times can I turn this round to get it the right way up? Yeah, this is the Beach Turtle tote bag panel. So this was $19.99. Now look, you've got so much on this panel. There's the front of the tote bag with the turtle and the baby. Then the back. You've got the lining of the tote bag. Then you've got the handles there. Facing. You've got some spare fabric that you can use to make a purse with, and most importantly, you've got the instructions. So for $12.99, you can make yourself a beautiful tote bag. So if you still get your summer holiday coming up, perfect for that. Lovely to go shopping with. But because only 8 left, you can also make 2 tote bags from it. Use your own plain fabric to line it and use those for the second one. Just saying. Because then you get 2. That's the turtle tote bag. Only 8 left. Only 8 left. Let's go lobster. Yeah, this is lovely. I'm going to hold this one up as well. Can you show it? How much is this reduced to? Delphine Brooks, Brights, You Are My Lobster fabric panel. It's been reduced from $18.99, $5.99. That's ridiculous. $5.99. Look at this. You've got all of those squares on the side, and then you've got these big ones. These are all designed by Delphine as well. You can make them into cushions. You can make it into a big wall hanging, a big quilt. You can make it into a curtain. Yeah, Odecoat it, make it into a shower curtain. Wouldn't that make a lovely, actually, when they make lovely curtains? That's brilliant, isn't it? $5.99. All you need to do is think what to do with it at that price. That's an absolute steal, isn't it? Anyway, that's that panel. I like these steps. These are very good for panels, aren't they? Because I can actually show them without Trying to stand on tiptoes. Next. Oh, on the floor. The next one's on the floor. Actually, let me do this one because this one is similar. This one is called, oh, this is the butterfly. The stained glass butterfly. Shall I go in the middle again? What have we got a deal? So this is, again, another Delphine design. Can you see? $8.99. So what you've got, you see the beautiful butterfly there? That's like a rainbow sort of sponge background. And then see all these fabrics here? You then use those, put some bond web on the back, trace over the butterfly. You can use these to applique between all the black lines, so it's like a stained glass look. So you trace around the areas inside the black lines on your bond web, press your bond web onto one of those prints, and you can make a stained glass. Or, honestly, to be fair, for $8.99, you're getting all of those gorgeous fabrics that you can use for whatever you like, and you're getting the butterfly print. I mean, where would you get all of those different prints? This is Delphine's colour palette. These are the sort of prints that she likes for $8.99. Bargain. Bargain. Right, one more panel to go. Oh, nice this one. This is like a Christmas design roll. So these are 2.5-inch strips. 2.5-inch strips, traditional Christmas navy. So they are all 55 inches long. So these are longer than your normal design rolls, which are normally 44 inches, and these are 55. 2.5 inches wide, and there's 16 of them. Was $19.99, but it is clearance hour, so it is $11.99. This is fab. This is for all your Christmas bakes. You can cut them up and use them as design rolls, or make them into tote bags, make them into cushions. You can cut them into little panels. You could make them into table mats. They would look lovely, wouldn't they? You could use the strips and use them to bind the edge of a white tablecloth. Nice. You've got robins on there, holly, snowflakes, all sorts. Trees. That's lovely, isn't it? $11.99. Da, da, da. Okay, check out on that one. Right, I think that's all my panels done. Let's move on to fabric. Let's get some fabric bargains underway, shall we? And do you have any preference, Ben, where I start? Okay, let's start with sheep then. ETUL36. Sheep. Love this. So this is a Lewis and Irene design, Country Life Re-Loved. So you've got a lovely grey background with sheep. So $6.99 for half a metre. Now these fabrics I'm going to show you now, they're all by the half metre, so which means you can multi-buy. So if you want more than a half a metre, if you put that number of units in your basket, it will be sent as a cut piece. So if you want 1.5 metres of this fabric, put 3 units in your basket and it will be sent as a whole piece. Just $4.99 for half a metre of grey with sheep. And I'm not going to do these in any particular order because it's a random clearance. Let's do retro caravans, flying caravans. Really nice kind of mid-century blue background. Oh, there's only one of those left. And we're reducing it to, oh, I like this. Feels very holiday, doesn't it? Caravan curtains, $4.99. Right, I'll leave that one with you as soon as that one's about to sell out. Let's go batik. LIW 108. Beautiful, this one. You've got a lovely, this is proper batik as well. This isn't batik print. This is like made batik. You've got a lovely blue background. And then you've got all of these palm trees. Palm trees in greens and pinks and yellows. $5.99, just $5.99 for half a metre. Bargain. Right, let's go pins. Oh, this is nice. So if you want a little bit of nod to your sewing theme print, this is a Lewis and Irene Memory Made, and it's a very pale pink background. Oh, you need the code OFUL21. It's a very pale pink background, but it's got little gold pins, metallic as well, scattered all over it. Can you see? Not £7.49 as it should be. £4.49. So can you see the little pins? I mean, it's quite a small design, but it's lovely if you're doing any sewing themed makes, or if you wanted to make clothing, if you want to make like a little blouse, but just have a nod to sewing. It looks like it's just an all over pattern, but when you get close, you can see it's all pins. Now I've got another one in that range, which is buttons. So these are designed by Cassandra Connolly for Lewis and Irene. So these are your vintage buttons, all different shapes. The background of it is like a mauvey grey, and then a darker grey for the buttons. Really pretty, isn't it? So just £4.49 for the buttons fabric. Just £4.49. Right, I've also got the same fabric, but darker. So this is kind of like a dark grey purple. YXUL96. Again, great for your sewing theme makes. Or, you know, show your hobby and other things. Make yourself a little bag. Oh, sorry, did I not read it properly? I think it's YXUL96. Yeah. There we go. Have you lost it? It's very lovely fabric. You found it. Oh, was it? Right, reduced from £7.49 for half a metre to £4.49. What a bargain for Lewis and Irene designer fabric. I think that's fantastic, isn't it? I like that one. Stupid microphone. Oh, my ears keep falling off. I've got one actually, but I think it slipped. That's better. Right, there we go. That's Lewis and Irene. I'm trying to stick to find the same fabrics. Here we go. This is now, if you're into knitting. Yeah, Charlie's into knitting. He's knitting squares for a blanket. I did one row for him the other day, so I'm hoping he's done some more since. Oh, that's good. He had to do 50 rows. Anyway, at least he's learned to knit. I promised to teach him to crochet, it hasn't happened yet. Anyway, if you're into knitting, now this is it. This is your knitting bag, isn't it? Or if you've knitted a bag or crocheted a bag and you want to line it, this is absolutely perfect for it. Or cover your notebook in it. So you've got needles, you've got knitting, you've got the yarn with the needle in it as well. I like that. It's really pretty, isn't it? All in shades of peaches and pinks. So that's your peaches and pinks. So that's your knitting themed one. Right, I think that's all from that collection. Right, let's go batiks, because I've now seen quite a few of these. This is kind of like your holiday batiks. This one's cocktails. Look at that, cocktails. Oh, QPW148. So these are moda batiks. Now some batiks are just print batiks, but these are proper batiks where they've been created in the traditional batik way. Was £8.49 for half a metre, £5.99. I love the fact you've got the cocktails are in the white, but then the background just looks like a riot of cocktail, doesn't it? It looks like a margarita or a mimosa, all in together. Beautiful. And I love batiks because you get that lovely mottled background, but also they've got a little bit more body, so they're really nice to stitch with because they're slightly stiffer, so they're really nice for pressing and cutting. We've got pineapples. Shake that pineapple. Shake pineapple, drink coffee. Agadoo. They should have called it Agadoo, shouldn't they? Moda, Beachy Batiks, Pineapple Reef. The blue on this is like a really beautiful cerulean blue that you get in the sea. And then the pineapple's all in the different colours. So if you were making a pineapple quilt, if you love a pineapple, £4.99. Absolute bargain. Make a nice little beach wrap, wouldn't it? Like a sarong. £4.99. Yes, if you got, I reckon, a metre and a half, you just hem the edges. Lovely little sarong, and then you can use that to just wrap round you, put it on the beach to lie on. That's stunning. The colours are so vibrant in it. Just £4.99, it's worth it, isn't it? See, so for a metre and a half, £15, you'd get a beach bag and you'd get a sarong out of that. Worth it. I like that one. I have one more batik, I think, which is STW164. And then this one is Sunshine. So these go together really nice. So that's just Sunshine. But you see, doesn't it look lovely with the pineapples? And works beautifully with the trees that I showed you at the beginning. The palm trees. I think is that it for batiks? Yeah. Trying to do them in some vague order. Okay, that's the batiks done. Right, let's do DYU I10, Anna Maria Horner. Look at that. I love her fabrics because they're so bright and vibrant and fun and kind of folk arty as well. This one is just beautiful. It's almost patchwork, isn't it? Because all the squares are printed diagonally like you often get with patchwork quilts. Do you know what? You could just quilt this. £4.99 for half a metre. You could just quilt it. What an amazing jacket lining that would be. If you've got a jacket that hasn't even got a lining, line it in that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But £4.99 for Anna Maria Horner, Free Spirit designer fabric. Bargain. I've got more. Now I've got to guess which ones. I think this is in that collection, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, I don't think I've got any more for that, but I've got quite a few from this collection. This is lovely. I love the yellow of this one. So this is Heather Peterson, Indigo Garden. This is a fabric collection that's been created by Riley Blake. Yeah, I think I remember which are the fabrics in this. But isn't that lovely? I like the yellow in it. That is real proper sunshine yellow, isn't it? Proper job sunshine yellow. Like we've been having, I don't know how much longer we've got our little heat wave for. Is it looking grey? No, I thought it was going to last till Tuesday.
It was raining a little bit.
It was raining. Oh. Well, it does need to cool down a bit. Barely sleep last night. It was terrible. Right, there we go. That's that one. Then another fabric from this collection, which is LG YV96. Lovely. Look at the shade of green in that. You've got these lovely red roses, but the green is just like you know when you get a proper Granny Smith apple, that green, where it's a really lovely bright green. That is getting reduced, going down to £5.99. Bargain. Right, then the next one, actually this is the same print but in a navy background, LQYV87. Really lovely. Now this is obviously all quilting weight fabric, 44-inch width. Beautiful quality because it's Riley Blake, but isn't that lovely? And if you bought the green one as well, they go together beautifully. It's the same colour palette. So the green in the leaves here go through to the green in there. And I think it's really nice when you buy fabric. So if you pick up that one as well, you see how the whole collection's going together. I've got another couple from this collection as well. JSYV05. Again, you've got that lovely sunshine yellow background. And then you've got all of the, oh, actually, let me turn around. I think that's upside down. Then you've got a riot of wildflowers running across it. Daisies and little flowers. But the whole of that collection looks lovely together, doesn't it? And then I think this is the final one in the collection, which is LOYH09. There we go. Love that red. It's like a real raspberry red, isn't it? Oh, actually, that's not in this colour. This is poppy cotton. I know, I've moved into poppy cotton now. It was in my favourite fabrics. I love poppy cotton. Love the raspberry red on that. And I have got another poppy cotton from this collection, which is MGYH20. Really pretty teal background. Nice. $4.99. Da, 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 da. $4.99 for half a metre, that one. How nice is that? Just $4.99. So that's the two poppy cottons. Right. Oh, I don't know what order to do them in now. I'm just going to randomise it. Oh, I've just seen another Anne-Marie Horn. I should have sorted these out first, shouldn't I? It was a bit last minute, though, to be honest. Secret Garden, this one's called. I like this. You've got the background of it. Oh, sorry, this one is HZYH. You've got a really lovely dark green background, and then you've got the whole foliage thing. So this is lovely as an all-over print. I'm thinking, you know, a lot of people have their bathrooms now like dark green, don't they? Wouldn't that make a lovely wash bag? Really posh one, or the lining for one. Dressmaking as well, but also maybe if you do applique or FPP and you want some sort of botanically like leaf type prints, then you could even fussy cut these and use that for it, but it will give you that leaf effect. Or lining for your weekend bag. Because I just think, you know, when you make something like that, because I make a lot of bags, obviously, and like I always put something glorious in the lining, and that is beautiful, isn't it? Or, you know, you just use the same for the outside and the lining, and it's just as lovely then inside. But I really like that one. $5.99. Only $5.99. Absolute bargain. But it is bargain hour, isn't it? So there we go. That's what you get in bargain hour. They call it clearance, but it's not. It's bargain hour. Right, this one is Fancy by Dylan M. That's a lovely, like, dark purpley aubergine shade of purple is the background. How much is this going to? $4.29? $4.29. Why $4.29? Must be a percentage or something. And then you've got all the petals and the leaves in pinks and peaches. $4.29. You don't see a lot of purple fabrics, I have to say, because in my sewing room, I have all my fabrics ordered by colour, and then it gets in the right mess and I sort it all out again. But whenever I sort it out, there's less purples than anything else. You don't see as many purples, so it's quite nice because it's a really useful fabric because it goes so well with orange. So if you love oranges like I do, it just goes so well. So that's nice purple fabric. Talking of purple, how about a bit of purple camouflage? Camo purple. Oh, do you want to know what the code is? NFWU20. You can't see it? I can. What can you see then? You can see the desk. If I can see the fabric. Look.
Oh, that's weird. There's fabric here, but I can't see it.
Oh, they're so funny. They're so oh, I do my head in. It's camouflage. Ah, did anyone else get that? Oh, I hate those two, honestly. That was the best one. I honestly fell for that. I'm like, how can you not see the Does anyone else want my job? Honestly, working with those two. $3.99. Can anyone else see the camouflage fabric? I totally believe that. I moved it over. I moved it left. They're going, I can only see the desk. Really funny. Anyway, camouflage fabric. Thank goodness we have no more camouflage fabric. See, I'm never falling for that one again, ever. If you hear them say that again, remind me that I said that. Never fall in for that again. ADYHO2. I'm still laughing at that. Jolly Bouquet. This is called Jolly Bouquet. Hyacinth Bouquet. Yeah, do you remember? What was it called? What was it called with Hyacinth Bouquet? Was it Keeping Her Appearance? And her name was Hyacinth Bucket, but she was called Hyacinth Bouquet. Love that. But it's a real, what I like about this one is the background. It's a real, very clear, pale turquoise tone. It's very gentle. And with the coral flowers all over it, those two colours go together really well. I wouldn't have put turquoise and coral, but it works, doesn't it? There we go. Right, let's go Anna. Anna Maria Horner. See, if I was called Anna, I'd call myself Anna. That sounds posh, doesn't it? Anna. That's lovely. That is funky, isn't it? Turquoise. Really vibrant turquoise. It makes me think of like, it's kind of Mediterranean, isn't it? Don't you think? It looks like that quilt that you chose all the fabric colours for. Can't remember what that one was called. Yeah. It's those sort of colours. Can't remember what that one was called. But isn't that lovely? It's vibrant and fun and gorgeous. Just like Ben. Ha! He's not my friend anymore. That's it. That's it. Let's go. Stars. God, you know, I'd forgotten the word. Stars. This is I remember this is from like an American fabric range for their like kind of stars and stripes. But to me, this is Christmas, isn't it? It's not American patriotic flag. This is Christmas. This would make fantastic stockings or napkins. 1/2 metre, 2 napkins. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Or Advent sack, you know, Christmas sacks, little bags for your Christmas gifts. $4.99. That's kind of classy Christmas, isn't it? It's a slight cream background, ivory, not white, with the red stars. Loving that one. Now, this fabric is actually from the same range, I think. If it's not, it should be. I don't even know whether it is now. I might have just lied about that. But actually, it's both Moda. But I think this is, no, it's not from the same range. You've got, it's a lovely blue. I was going, and it's a bit lighter than navy with chains down it. But I think that goes really well together. Lovely. So that's the, how much are we reducing that one to? $4.99. Fantastic. Let's go, oh, now this is a lovely orange. If you love purple and orange, I like this orange because it's a really gentle orange. It's Riley Blake. Oh, now this is part of the Heather Peterson, isn't it? So this is part of this fabric collection. Do you remember the green and the blue? That's part of that collection. I just like this orange. It's not your bright tangerine. It's more of mango, would you think? Maybe mango? Yeah, I like that. It's a lovely, gentle orange. Really nice. Going down to $5.99. $5.99. Amazing. Right. If you like want a little bit of brightness, this is like Tutti Frutti. Tutti Frutti. So this is Petal Power for Moda. Moda fabric for me and my sisters. Looks like Tutti Frutti sweets, doesn't it? Oh, I haven't had Tutti Frutti sweets for ages. Do you think they still make them? Have you ever seen Tutti Fruttis? There's little packets. I haven't had any. I'm going to see if I can find some today. Have not had Tutti Frutti for ages. I like fruit salads. Fruit salads and blackjacks. But I love a Tutti Frutti. Right. That's your Tutti Frutti. It's not called that, but it looks like Tutti Frutti. Now, I love these. It's a bit like I'm a bit of a sucker for packaging. I'm a sucker for a selvage. Look at the... I like the fact the selvage is really nice and wide. I'm going to sell this on the selvage. I love the cups and saucers, and they put a different colour selvage. Ruby Star Society. So when you get the fabric, keep the selvage or keep it on it. Do you know what? You could even hem the edge of that just to keep it there, or cut it off and use it. But it's just a lovely selvage, isn't it? They make the most of it. Going down to £4.99. Other than the selvage, it is a really lovely fabric. I like the swirls in it and the geometry. It's very much like a patchwork design as well. So it will work really well if you cut small pieces of it, because you've got the geometry and you've got the curves. It's really, really nice. Have we got any more of these? I can't. I don't know if there are either. Maybe I'll bring them in a bit closer. I can actually see them. Right, that's Ruby Star. I'm going to go for a bit of Spot. This one is Riley Blake. A nice turquoise colour. Turquoise. Oh, do you need the oh yeah, we need the code, sorry. Yeah, it is POYV23. So this is nice. If you love this shade of blue, which is like a turquoisey blue, but a very gentle one. I like the fact it's got these little, it's not a spot, it's just like little hundreds and thousands scattered, but it's like having a plain fabric, but with a bit more texture on it. Lovely fabric. Really nice. I've got a few little canvases here that are quite nice. So we did these last week in the clearance where the whole website disappeared, and these are beautiful. So they are a canvas fabric. They're not as lightweight as a quilting weight cotton. They're not super stiff. If you look at them, they've got a bit more body, but for making bags, these are perfect. Now, $6.99, but reduced. $4.29 for a canvas fabric, and this is so pretty. It's the palest. It's like a whiter shade of apple or something like that in the background, with these little sprigs all over it. I think that's really pretty, isn't it? Now, if you love this canvas fabric, we've also got it in another colourway. We've got it in a whiter shade of blue. FPYH79. So again, little backpacks, beautiful. Anything where you want just a little bit more body for it, £4.29. I think that's so pretty, isn't it? Those are the only two of those that we've got, actually. Right, should we do some plain? These are in bundles, aren't they? Yeah. Let's do these. Look at this little blue bundle. So in this bundle, we have, it's called the Button and Bow Mini Quilt Blue. So this is a fat quarter, 6 pieces. So we've got a plain blue, we've got a mottled blue, we've got a spotty blue, we've got a gingham blue, and we've got a floral blue and white. $16.99, 6 fat quarters. If you love a blue and white, that's yours. Love that. $16.99 for 6 fat quarters. What a bargain. I like mixing together florals, checks and spots. Always works really well. Is that a bundle?
Should be. If they're placed on the table like that.
Oh, okay. If it's on the table, it's a bundle. It's a bundle. This would be good if you were making like strawberries or something, wouldn't it? So in this bundle, what's it called? Red, plain and spots. Never ever been reduced before. We've got a red and white spot. So it was $10.99. Hang on. What, for 6 fat quarters? So we've got a red and spotty fat red quarter, a plain red fat quarter. I don't wonder what this was made for. It's called Guess the Project. Then we've got lime green, and then we've got a tealy green, and then we've got neutral, a beige, and white. But do you know, I mean, I've no idea what they're all supposed to be together, but what a great pack to have, all of those fat quarters. That is that kind of like vintage bluey green as well. Lovely. So you have got 6 fat quarters. This is all Rose and Hubble cotton fabric, by the way. It's good quality. Really, really good quality. $7.99 for 6 fat quarters. Worth it, isn't it? You could go Christmas with that, actually, couldn't you? Could go Christmas. Another bundle. These are, I reckon this is I'm going with this one being sunflower, because there's your sunflower. So we've got 7 fat eighths. So a fat eighth is a fat quarter cut. So a fat quarter is half a metre cut in half. And a fat eighth is a fat quarter cut in half. But a fat eighth can differ depending on whether that fat quarter is cut horizontally or vertically and how wide the fabric is. Just so you know that. So I'll show you this one. This could be what is a fat eighth. So that fat eighth has been cut horizontally, but they can be cut the other way as well. They're normally about 9 by 22 inches. Anyway, that's what a fat eighth looks like. So this, I'm going to go, this one's called Sunflower. So there's the petals. Then we've got a dark brown, which works beautifully for the scent of the sunflower. And we've got also another brown. And sometimes sunflowers are slightly different colours in the centre. We've got a black. Now that's the colour that you outline a sunflower with if you're drawing one. And then we've got a few neutrals. So we've got a grey, a beige and a white. And that's the background for the sunflower. Or, do you know what, it's just some pieces of brown, black, white and yellow. But $4.99 for 7 fat eighths. These are all plains. These are all Rose and Hubble quilted weight cotton as well. Beautiful quality. Very useful to have in your stash. What is this one? What is this one? Has it got a code? Oh, do you know what this is? This is that Liberty scrap bag that we couldn't find. Isn't it? Do you remember the Liberty scrap bag that we couldn't find? See, Levi says, I told you it was there, but it's sold out. We were looking for a bag. We didn't know. Yeah, it was in a bag. He did. To be fair, we were looking for a bag. Yeah, see, look. Thank you very much. It was in a bag. See, that's why we couldn't find it. It all makes sense now. 2 fat quarters sitting on a wall. That's exactly what I thought. Fat quarters sitting on a wall. And if 1 fat quarter, thank goodness only 2, we could be here all day. Then there's a red fat quarter and a pink fat quarter called Scarlet and Pink. There we go. How much should we go? 2 fat quarters, a scarlet and a pink for pound off, £2.49. £2.49. I've got another little 2 fat quartery thing for you as well. How about yellow and green? They go together like whamma lama 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 ding dong. Why are they more? You're going to have to reduce them to £2.49, Ben. You have to. Oh, sorry, we're not allowed to. Sorry, we tried to. The system won't let us. We can't. I'm really sorry. But to be fair, $3.49 for 2 fat quarters is still good. Oh, yeah, see, the last one was in at $3.40. Oh, I don't know. It's very complicated. That's £3.49 for a green and a yellow fat quarter. Yes, so actually that last one, this one, extra special. Shouldn't have had that. I know. How low can you go with a scarlet and a pink? Right, and then I've got one more fat quarter plain bundle, which is cream and rose. Rose and vanilla, actually. Rose and vanilla. That could be like raspberry ripple ice cream, couldn't it? Love raspberry ripple ice cream. And this one, we've got to get through as many as we can. This one is we've got 1 minute, a stripe, and I'm going for green stripe and yellow. £3.99. Both fat quarters. That's a very pale. That's like a lemon though, rather than a yellow. Green stripe and lemon, £3.99. I mean, they're just great fabrics to add to your stash, aren't they? Can I do any more? Right, there are a few more that we haven't been able to go through. There they are. But they will all be on the website. And in the break, Ben will be crashing the price, so that all the reduced price. So there are a few more in there that we didn't get through. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Amanda Little, who is going to show us how to make a beautiful floor cushion or extra large cushion from a charm pack. And then at 12 o'clock, we're going to do the Amber Makes needle cases, because everything seems to be working now. We see everything seems to be fine. So if you want to get ahead with Amanda's floor cushion kits or the Amber Makes needle cases, do that in the break. Thank you so much for your patience and staying with us today. Don't know what's going on. Why does this always seem to happen on a Sunday or a bank holiday? Anyway, I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out. And I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager's specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got Amanda back. Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
Sorry to interrupt you while you're cutting. So we've got your cushion. Actually, it's on the shelf. Do you want to bring it down?
Okay.
Ben seems to have squished it on the shelf.
I don't want to take the...
Do you think everything might fall off?
The set with me.
Yeah. So this is a massive cushion.
It is. It's...
Do you want to hold it up?
Yeah.
Da da da. That's brilliant. So it could be a floor cushion. It could be a nice big cushion for your bed.
Yes.
Quite like that size of cushion on the bed.
Yeah.
Good for reading.
Yeah. It'd be nice on the patio, you know, sort of, well, we've been able to have barbecues, haven't we, this weekend?
Yes, we will again sometime.
Yes, yeah.
So it'd be nice on that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just try and...
But the glorious thing about this is you've made it from our charm pack.
I say one charm pack, it needs to be a 42-piece charm pack.
Right.
Or to just bring a couple of, you know, literally...
Yes.
5-inch squares of another fabric in. But yeah, so it's really good value. You don't get any waste
really
at
good,
all.
Isn't it? So just one charm pack and then background fabric.
And background fabric.
But that's because we often have charm packs and think, oh, I've bought that because I like it, but I don't know what to do with it. That's lovely, Ben.
Yeah.
So Ben's hung the quilt up now. And he's run away. So he's very naughty today. He's very naughty. So we've got it in 2 different colourways as well.
Yes. So this
one is I can't even pronounce it. It's called Botanicals.
I think that's right.
What does that mean?
I think it's a village in New Zealand.
Oh, in Maori.
What? I don't know. I think it's on the South Island in New Zealand.
And it means village.
No, I think it's it is the name of an actual village.
Oh, I see. I think it meant village. So. Okay. So this is it's by RBC's Botanicals, which we think might be a village. Oh, it is. You're right. It's a village on the South Island of New Zealand. There we go. So this is in the kit. Obviously, you get the charm pack. These are all 5-inch squares. And there's 42 of them. So these are all shades of burgundies.
Yeah, they're
all like that one. I've got both on.
Tealy greens. And sort of magenta-y, yeah.
So you've got a bit of navy. Look at this. Look at that one. Like ochre, pinks, purples. Actually, now I'm looking at it, I can see this village.
Yeah.
It is a bit African waxy print style, isn't it?
Yeah, the sort of stalks.
There's sort of Maori patterns.
Yeah.
So it's greys and navies and ochres. There we go. That's all. You get the whole pack of that. Then you get a metre of ivory, and that's used for the background.
Yeah.
And then you get 1.5 metres of, oh, I know this one. Is it vintage rose?
That one's rose, I think. Yeah.
It's rose, and that's for the
envelope back.
So in the kit for £39.99, you've got all of the fabric, the back, the envelope back, and the piping.
Yeah.
And most importantly, the instructions. And if you've made any of Amanda's designs, you will know how fab they are. Everything you need. You've got diagrams walking you through the whole thing. You've got the layout diagram, and you've got how to add the piping and how to do an envelope back.
Yep.
It's all there. It's all there. So that's that kit. But we've also got it in another colourway. I was just reading a message here. Sue goes, father-in-law doesn't say Ikea, he calls it Lika.
All right.
Lika. I like that.
Not heard that one before.
Or is that maybe he thinks the I is an L. Lika.
Yeah.
Love that. Lovely that one. Thank you, Sue. Any more of those, please do message me in. Right, so this colourway is the one that you're going to demonstrate with. Now, this is gorgeous. I love this. This is a Moda charm pack. It's called Mary Ann's Gift.
I struggled. Gift, I think.
Gift?
Yeah.
Gift. Mary Ann's Gift. So this is your really traditional. Now, if you were watching in the last hour, we had this charm pack, but the bigger form, the 10-inch one. So this is your traditional, like, American colours, isn't it? I love that's my favourite one.
That one you could just quilt.
I know. Why haven't we got bigger pieces? That is beautiful. So you've got all of the colours there. So the traditional American quilt colours, where you've got browns and reds, that lovely blue. It is very Little House on the Prairie. Cutting up Charles's shirts. And you've got those really lovely golds, the purples, deep russet reds. You've got paisleys, you've got florals, but small florals, a little bit of spot and creams as well. And also you get the ivory that goes in the background, but for the backing and the piping for this one, you get a lovely claret. Crimson, is it? It's like that kind of dark Christmas red. And you get the instructions, $39.99. What a bargain. So you're going to make yourself a beautiful patchwork cushion, but such good value for money because you're using all of the charm pack. So that's $39.99. Now, if you want to buy the instructions just on their own, because you've got many of a charm pack already, just $9.99. So remember, if you need... No, £9. £9. So you do need your 42 charms, but some charm packs don't have, some have 44, some have 40.
I think some have 40. I think the Moda ones generally have 42, and perhaps the Free Spirits have 42.
Okay, but you can just add a couple of 5-inch squares. Yeah. It's fine. So you will need that, and you'll need backing fabric and the binding fabric as well. So £9 for the instructions if you want to know, if you want something to do with your charms. Or what you could do is use more than one charm pack and make it into a whole quilt.
Yeah, if you've got the 10-inch, you would easily get a quilt.
Yeah.
Top out of that, yeah.
Oh, that's true, because with the 10-inch ones, you get 4.
It'll be 4, yeah.
Bargain. Right, let's start.
Okay.
Let's start. I'll come over to you with my instructions. It's fab. It's lovely. I like a big cushion on the bed, because then when you sit on the bed and reading, it's quite nice.
You don't sink down, do you?
No, but it is a nice floor cushion as well.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder if I can get it on this shelf and put it behind me. I might take everything off before it knocks it all off. I reckon it'll do it. Yeah, it's not actually.
You might have to stand.
I love that. We won't. Do you know what? We won't put that on the shelf because it's just going to fall off. We'll put it on the desk. Right. Where do we start then?
So it's really simple. There's just one block.
Okay.
And the effect you get is just through rotating the block.
So you don't think about placement then?
No, you've got to be really brave.
God, we're not very good at that either. Amanda and I are rubbish at random.
But yeah, basically you just rotate through 180. And that's how you get the effect.
Okay, clever.
And it's 5 rows of 5 blocks.
So how do we make a block?
Okay.
Clever. You're not very good at plan random either, are you?
I'm not.
I'm rubbish at it.
This one wasn't too bad. So if you get the Puna Keiki, That one is a lovely charm pack because it's got I think 3 repeats of each fabric, so you can get every block the same, which
so that helps
pleases me
you
greatly.
Yes. Oh, so you could have one of each.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure that you've got 3 of each fabric.
Right.
So yeah, you can get every block to be exactly the same layout.
Okay.
Whereas the Mary Ann is gorgeous, but you've got to go random.
You just have to go with it, don't you? Just go with it. I know we're both rubbish at that.
So you're going to chop up your charm packs. All the measurements are in the pattern, and you're going to create strip sets, 5 different fabrics.
Okay, so you cut the fabric into strips.
Cut the fabric into strips, and we're going to sew. If I just show you one, so best thing to do is perhaps just chop them into the strips, pop them into a bag or a box, and just
close your eyes.
Close your eyes and pull one.
And if you pick out the same one, put it back.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, perhaps try. I mean, you can see I've got 2 patterns the same next to each other. Ideally, if you can, try not to get the same colour or the same pattern.
Yeah, I guess so. Yes,
it can be.
Yeah, just don't have the
tricky,
same print,
yeah.
because that's quite hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
So a 1/4 inch seam, and we're just literally going to sew them into strip sets.
So this is quite simple. You haven't got to cut teeny tiny squares and sew them together, which is quite nice.
So it's probably best to press as you go, because if you leave it till you've got all 5, sometimes it can be tricky to get in, and things start to distort and twist.
Right, so okay, I see what you mean. So press them to one side as you go.
Yes, yeah. You can always press them, you know, sort of as you start to put the block together. If you realise that you need one in a different direction, you can always just flip it over.
Oh, okay.
And you know, sort of just reposition. So for each block we need 2 different strip sets of 5, and then 2 strip sets of 2.
Okay,
we'll do.
So would you make all these strip sets for the whole quilt?
Yeah, I just made them all at once, and then you're just going to chop them into smaller units, and again just go random.
Right, okay.
For this one anyway, for that one, it was a lot quicker, because once I'd realised that we'd got repeats.
Yes, then you could do it. But you just go, I mean, I think your idea of putting it all in them in a bag and just pulling out one. And if it's exactly the same, put it back. And from that, just go for it.
Keep going. Yeah.
But so if you've got the quilt kit, that's brilliant. If you're buying just the instructions, or even if you've got the kit and want to do it again, this is a brilliant scrap buster, isn't it?
Oh yeah. You could just use whatever
you don't have to use 5-inch squares.
No.
As long as you cut the strips to the right length.
Yeah. You could just use any random scraps that you've got.
Yeah.
And if you've got, you know, sometimes if you do a project with, say, a cafe, and you've got a couple of layer cake pieces left,
yeah, that's
true. And sometimes they all
go together.
Blend, don't
or be nice as a memory cushion, wouldn't it? So if you've got clothes, so maybe could be like all the clothes you wore on your summer holiday last year, couldn't it? Or in memory of
baby
someone,
clothes,
or baby clothes.
Yeah.
Because you're using tiny little pieces, you'll get so much on it.
Yeah.
And I know we have a lot of people who ask about memory quilts, but we haven't done memory cushions, but this would be ideal.
It would.
So get the kit, make it up, and then you've got it. You could then see how many clothes you've got, and you could keep going and make a whole quilt.
And because you only need tiny pieces, because sometimes if it is a shirt, sometimes there's not that much usable fabric.
That's true.
Depending how many quilts you've got to make.
Well,
you know, if there's lots of
but it's a lovely way, but also it's a nice memory as well, particularly I think, you know, when people maybe go into a home and they want to have memories of things that have happened. You know, there's a lot, this could be a cushion that they have with them, and there's lots of little pieces that would remind you.
Yeah. Right, so there we go. 2 pieces, and then these are going to go. Now I'm just going to try. There we go.
Oh, right, okay.
Really
but
quick.
I like the way you've joined them all together and then cut the cross, so you haven't got to cut little squares.
Yeah, it's all already done for you. So to that, all we need to do now is just, let me get my backgrounds.
So do you sew these in twos, or do you do a 5 and unpick them?
I did strip sets of 2 strip sets of 5 and 2 strip sets of 2.
Yeah.
Enough to make. I think
we've got a message. Morning, Rebecca and Amanda. Would it be possible to use a jelly roll inside of the charm pack? Thank you, love, Jane.
Yes, but you would have wastage.
Right. Okay, because of the width of the strips.
Yeah. You wouldn't get to, if you've got a jelly roll that's 2.5.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get one full.
No,
the
you would have weight. So you'd have to really adapt the pattern. Yeah. That's the only problem.
Yeah, you could go, you size it up.
Yeah.
But then obviously the measurements wouldn't. But yeah, you could.
You could do it, but it would be bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
And not as you would. Otherwise, you'd have wastage if you use the measurements.
Yeah. So we want a background rectangle in the centre, and then on either side, we want a background sash.
It's great because when it's all joined together, it looks like it's all really staggered, like really complicatedly staggered.
But it is really quick and easy. So we'll just pop the 2 strip sets on the short sides of the rectangle. And then whilst we're at it, rather than breaking the thread, we can just pop the sash.
Well, I guess if you make one whole one, then you've got you know what it's doing, and then you can just
chain piece. Yeah, just.
I do that sometimes. They forget what I think. I have no idea what I've just placed.
Yeah, or I'll think, what was I thinking?
What was I? Why did I do that? Because I have no idea now which one's which.
Yeah, I'm terrible for that. I did get some mount board and spray adhesive, some wadding on. You know, I can't remember her name, the lady that comes from Riley Blake sometimes, from America. And she's so slick, isn't she? Everything's like
who's that? Riley Blake from America.
I think she's the actual sort of the main.
Oh, okay. Right.
She is.
Yes, she is Riley
Mrs.
Blake.
Riley Blake.
Okay. And what does she do?
I've seen it. I suppose it was. I don't know if I've seen her since it's been Sewing Street, but in the past, she used to come across and she would demo, and she'd have probably a dozen of these mount boards, all beautifully bound, and then in the centre would be wadding, and I think she probably had lots of little minions in the background making all the part makes for her, but she would just keep whipping them out, you know, sort of this is the block and this is and, it just looks slick.
But that would take hours though, doesn't
it just makes me feel like
I know, but you see, if you're
the little grub.
But if you're demonstrating the same thing over and over, it'd be worth it. But you know, you're demonstrating this once. It's not worth it, is it?
But anyway, the wadding on the mount board acts a bit like fuzzy felt.
Right.
And it just you know, sort of stops everything wafting.
Oh, I see. So you can put it all on there and lay it out. So if you put wadding down and then lay it out, I see what you mean.
Just so that you can remember where everything is, because I am rubbish at that, and I'll tend to do cutting and sort of messing about, if you like, on the dining table, and then I've got to go into the garden to get into my workroom. And if the weather's bad, I can be chasing bits all around the garden.
You need a cutting mat in your workroom.
I've got cutting mats, but I've just got no spare work surface. It's I've just this summer had a rejig, and it is loads better, but it's such a small tight space. And when you've got your machines out, I tend to leave them out so that I can just scoot up and down on my chair. So there's no actual big space left to...
I see what you mean.
To be able to cut anything.
Because I have a table I do my cutting out. When I'm doing big cutting out, I move onto the kitchen table, and then everyone has to move out of the kitchen. I'm like, don't touch that, don't have lunch, don't have lunch.
Right, and then we'll just pop the other one on there. Okay. Now, I
So
would
make
press-
one first, and then once you've made one, you can then do all of this.
Yes, yeah. And I'm going to press the seams. I'll just finger press them to get them going. But press towards the piece so you don't get any...
showage.
Shadow.
Showage is a word. It's called showage.
Showage.
It's definitely a word.
Lovely,
There we
thank
go.
you.
And that one as well.
Yes, please.
Okay. These fabrics look lovely cut. They really are proper traditional patchwork, aren't they?
Yeah,
Just
I don't
nice
know
to
if they're
crease that
Civil
one.
War, but they are reproduction.
Well, these are like,
style,
you know, when people used to actually cut up clothes with patchwork,
Yeah.
not buy fabric.
Yeah.
That's what they
It's
look
got
like,
that,
don't they?
yeah, yeah.
But it is those colours, isn't it? The sort of browns and
Yeah.
stuff, but that is
Pop that there.
gorgeous.
So then we just sandwich those together. And that literally is the block made. Now, I've not starched any of these, and as a rule, I wouldn't starch a pre-cut, but perhaps it's just worth, with them being so small, just a really light spritz of starch and onto your background fabric as well, just so that it doesn't start to distort. I've just got a little bit of a, I'll pop that one on there. But then it's at this point then that you can decide sort of which way.
Oh yes.
You want that last one to sort of
So
interlock.
you could then move your seams,
Yeah,
should
yeah.
it?
If you can see those two together.
So that's the only seam matching.
That's the yeah.
That's quite nice actually.
It is really quick, yeah.
But but it looks like you're matching loads, but it's just two seams to match. This is lovely as well because it's like miniature quilting. I mean, I would love to make this into a whole quilt.
Yeah.
Because it's so tiny, isn't it? It looks fantastic,
and it would look lovely
isn't it?
you know, sort of with the blues. That was it a fat quarter or fat eighth?
Yes, that was
that
nice.
would look lovely.
Or the
wouldn't it?
denim and calico thing I was talking about, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I really want to make a denim quilt now.
Yeah.
I think that would look fab, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Slightly
Right.
off, but
I'll need a
that
whole
sort
bolt of calico. It's only 124.99. You get 25 metres for 25 metres. But you get, is how much? Yeah, but it's like £24.50 saving. Have you got a bolt of calico?
I haven't,
You
no.
need to.
I
want one. I haven't got one either.
I tend to, I mean, I've got lots of scraps, but I'll use, I probably shouldn't say it, should I? But I'll use like old bed sheets and stuff, depending.
Yeah,
well,
that's
just
true.
For toiles and stuff.
Oh no, I don't use calico for toiles. What a waste. I use it for
but-
real things.
But no, I can't, honestly, apart from the makes that I do for Sewing Street, I can't remember the last time I did anything for most, and I've got all of these projects.
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
But
All
I just
these, yeah.
can't find the time to...
It's terrible.
To do
I can't
them.
even finish my own patchwork quilt.
Yeah.
Never going to finish it.
It's and then I see all these gorgeous quilts that people bring in.
I know.
I'd love to make that.
Oh, I'd love to make that. And I
Yeah.
suddenly go, oh yes, so what I want to do, so I want to make that one in denim, because I'm into denim
Yeah.
now. I want to make this one but as a whole quilt.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
want to use this fabric, so I need to buy several of the kits.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Perhaps when I retire.
One day. What I feel like, Amanda, I feel like I'm investing in my retirement though, you see. So one day, when I've got all of this time, I'm going to have to go shopping. Because I've got shelves full of time.
Yeah. Yeah, but I keep, I suppose my addiction is dressmaking fabric. But I've got this stupid mentality of, I'm not cutting into it, I'm not making it until I've lost 3 stone. But
that's ridiculous.
Never going to happen.
No, just make something to fit you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But
anyway, I've decided once you get over a certain age, you have to choose between your face and, you know, the back. and I'm choosing face.
Both of mine are going.
Because if you have a thin bottom,
yeah,
and if you have a thin face, you have a thin bottom. You see,
Right.
and if you have a thin face, it makes you look old.
I suppose, yeah,
Yeah. So if you've got
no
a fat
wrinkles
face,
on a balloon.
you look young, but you have to have a big bottom. And I'm choosing face. When you're young, you see, you can have both. But after a certain age, you can't have both anymore.
Oh, it's sad,
So
isn't it?
I've chosen my face. But yes, if you've got nice cheeks, you don't have wrinkles. So I think that's the answer. So I think you just need to make your dresses.
Yeah, I do. I need
make
to
them.
just stop being silly and just do it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, sorry, I've not explained, have I?
No, sorry, we're talking about your dressmaking. Yeah, sorry.
So we're going to make.
So they all alternate like
They
that.
all
But that's
alternate
really
through
clever.
one
Do you
item,
know
yeah.
what is strange? Is they look slightly wibbly. Is that a word?
Yes, rustic.
Well, they look like they're not completely straight, and maybe
Yeah.
because they're little, and I like that.
Yeah, you get that sort of quaint.
Yeah, slightly rippled,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they're not. They are completely straight. But maybe
And once it's all pieced together and it's been pressed, that it will come. You know, it will true up.
yeah, but it look. I
know
like
what
the
you
fact
mean.
that with the little squares sort of mean it doesn't stay as
Yeah,
straight. It looks
yeah.
nice, doesn't it? Because like on your picture there,
Yeah,
maybe that's just an optical illusion.
perhaps.
But you see, it looks slightly.
Yeah.
And it isn't,
Wiggle
is
it,
it?
yeah.
But I think because of the different squares, it gives it that look.
It's one of those.
Clever.
Yeah.
Like this.
So there is no seam match. You know.
No, so
literally
really
it's
there is only two seams.
just those corners. So it's
Wow.
nice and simple. We'll just fit this one on, and then I'll move on to show you how to do the piping.
That's a gorgeous charm pack, isn't it?
And the envelope.
Should we have a
back.
little? Yes. Well, we'll just get Amanda's just going to join that one on, and then we will go back through them.
I think I pressed that button too quick. It just beeps at me. Yeah, so 5 rows of 5 blocks, and then we just join them, and that then becomes
And you
the
just
top.
keep, and everything is alternated.
Yeah, yeah.
That is gorgeous. Let me move it over so you can see. So that's what it looks like in that colourway.
And then with the red, I think it's really gonna.
Oh yeah, it
look
does,
nice
doesn't
and
it?
warm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
So if you put that one would go. I'm going to make this now.
Yes.
So that one would go
underneath.
like that.
Yeah. I don't know if I've got any more.
Have you got another one? You got one more?
Oh, that one's not got its bits on,
Oh, but like that. But you can
yeah.
see what it
then it'll
looks like
start
then.
to come together.
Perfect. Isn't that lovely? Really, really nice. I like that one. I'm just going to
Okay,
recap
yeah, sure.
these and then we'll move on to binding. I'll take my pattern with me. So the I'm just reading. Sue says, "How could you possibly replace Alan Rickman?" What's that in response
That was from
to?
Snape when we were on about Snape last
Sorry.
start. Yeah.
Yes. Thinking,
Yeah.
why were we talking about?
Yeah,
You can't replace Alan Rickman. Yes. I know he is. Yeah. He's irreplaceable. So I was thinking, when were we talking about? Sorry, Sue. Completely forgot that one. If you want to make the cushion that Amanda was just doing now, that's with the Moda Charm Pack. $38.99. You get the full instructions. Remember, you can make the cushion, you can then make it bigger, you can make it into a quilt with the cushion, with the instructions. You could do all of that. You get the charm pack, which has all of these beautiful sort of very traditional quilting colours of purple, dark blue, browns, mustards. You get 1 metre of ivory, and then you get 1.5 meters of this crimson, and that's used for the binding and the whole back of the cushion, which Amanda's going to show us in a minute. So the brilliant thing about this is you have got everything except for the cushion pad, everything that you need. Thank you, Rebecca. I won this 10-inch charm pack on your 3rd anniversary show. Hey, well done, brilliant. Well, you can make with the 10-inch charm pack. You can make 4 times this.
4 cushions or a big quilt.
4 cushions, or a big quilt. You need a bit of background fabric, but oh, brilliant. Oh, well done. So it's so nice to know that you've all received the prize. Congratulations to everyone who won the competition. Fabulous. So that's that one. Do get checked out for that one. Really lovely. And then the one that is hanging behind me, isn't hanging behind me, that was the quilt. Oh, I'm just confused today. This one, for this cushion, slightly, it's very squidgy, isn't it? it arrived a little understuffed, yes. Didn't it? It's now a little bit overstuffed. But this is what it looks like. So this one here, which is this, Punakiki, which is a village in New Zealand. To make this one, oh, I know, I've got to put it on the chair. I think it will fit on, look at that. Why didn't we think of that earlier? There we go. For this kit, you will get the whole charm pack, which has all of these gorgeous colours. There's purples and ochres and navies and turquoise, absolutely gorgeous. You will also get a metre of ivory, that's used for the background. You'll get 1.5 meters of rose, which is used for the back of the cushion and the binding. And obviously you get the instructions as well. Just $38.99. Fantastic. Now, if you want just the instructions, a message. What's the message? Oh, morning both. Please could you tell me where that beautiful quilt is behind? Well, Therese, this beautiful quilt was demonstrated by our Amanda at 9 o'clock. So you can watch. It is gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, it is stunning. Oh, there's 4 left. We're okay. 40, this is ridiculous, 45 people have it in their baskets. It's probably because the website broke and we couldn't buy anything. And we only have 4 left. It's Lynette Anderson fabric, $119.99. It is gorgeous, isn't it? So there you go. If you want it in the kit, you get all the Lynette Anderson fabric, you get the background fabric, you get and there's enough to do a scrappy binding, and you get the instructions, usefully. So there we go. That's what the instructions look like. Right, did we do the instructions for this? Let's do the instructions. So if you want the instructions for the cushion on its own, here. And remember, easily adaptable to make, to use your own fabric to make it into a quilt. Perfect memory quilt for when you've only got little pieces of fabric left. Just £9 for those instructions. And well worth it because they are brilliant. Amanda's done all the hard work and worked it all out for you. You just need to enjoy the sewing. Right, we're just going to go through some of Amanda's past designs. In fact, we'll do this one first. Back in stock. We'll start with the Botanicals Quilt, which is the one behind me. So if you want to make this quilt here, these are the instructions. We do have kits. We have this kit and we have also the kit behind me, and we also have a kit if you go onto the website using a Brights fabric. But if you want just the instructions, there they are. $9.99, the Botanicals Quilt. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Really like that. Oh, there's only 2 of these left though, so be ever so quick. Just 2. Now, we've got some of the instructions back in stock that we haven't had. So I'm going to start with this one because we've actually got the quilt here. The ombre half log cabin quilt. I'm going to come and have a look. That's lovely. And we have the instructions for this. Beautiful. Is this a Tilda number?
I can't remember which collection now. I don't know if it was was it Hometown? Or
oh yeah, yes, it's those ladies.
Yeah, it works perfectly with any Tilda collection because each, there's 5 of each colours.
Right.
And there's 4 different colours, which always ties in with how Tilda sells her fabric.
But you can use any.
You could use any
prints with this.
You could use.
Oh, it's all done in 5 fat quarters as well.
Yeah.
So you need 20 fat quarters.
Yeah, just 20 fat quarters.
Brilliant. So this is the ombre half log cabin quilt. I really like that. I think that's gorgeous. So again, if you're the sort of person like me who seems to randomly buy fat quarters and then not really sure what to do with them, this is what you do with it. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. That quilt is 64 inches square. Really lovely. The next one we have is the Arrowhead layer cake quilt. Now I think this might use layer cakes. It does.
Hint in the name.
Just one.
Just
well?
one,
Gosh.
yeah, and no waste.
That's amazing.
I can't remember.
That's 51 by 60 inches,
Yeah.
just one layer
And
cake.
it's a really nice technique as well. It's quite a nifty technique to
I like
to make that one.
I mean, obviously you need background fabric,
Yeah.
but only like 2 metres. Not loads, is
No.
it? 2 metres of background fabric. I mean, that's just for the front. And 1 layer cake.
Yeah.
Actually, it would look nice, this layer cake that we
It
had
would,
earlier
yeah,
that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And the good thing is if you could use your own fabric, but by taking a layer cake, it means it will go together.
Yes, you get all, like sort of that different.
Because layer cakes
mix.
tend to go
Yeah,
together.
Yeah, yeah.
So there we go, £9.99 for the Arrowhead quilt. So if you've got a layer cake, you just need 2 metres of background fabric. Perfect. Next one is the log cabin quilt. This is a proper traditional log cabin,
It is,
isn't
yes. Yeah, it's in an offset barn raising configuration.
Yeah, let me show you the pic. I bet there's a diagram. There's always a diagram. There we go. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's your posh picture, but that's what it looks like. So if you want to learn how to do log cabin, always fancied making a log cabin quilt. Oh, this is a fat quarters.
Yes, I think there was 16 fat
16.
quarters maybe.
And then, and solids, yeah. So 16 print and 2 solids. So ideal for fat quarters. But if you want to make a proper log cabin quilt, there you go, £9.99. And one more, the nosegay variation. So why is this a variation then?
So, should have put my glasses on, shouldn't I?
Would you like me to come over?
Oh, go on then.
So I can't see either.
Okay, so it's got the little pinwheel in the corner.
Oh, okay.
Which just is the variation.
It's lovely. So what's the sort of base behind this?
So it's a 9 patch with sort of a log cabin, I suppose, sort of corner piece, and then 2 half rectangle triangles, and then I'll just pop the pinwheel in just to zhuzh it up.
So Ben and Charlie said, what's a nosegay? Honestly, boys.
Oh, a nosegay is a pose, sort of a bunch of flowers. A bunch of flowers. It's probably got a bit of a morbid...
Yeah, it's probably, isn't it, Black Death-ish?
I think
that
so.
if you put your nose in it, you wouldn't
like smelling salts kind
yeah,
of.
then you wouldn't breathe it in.
Yeah, yeah.
But you didn't catch it from that anyway, wasn't it fleas?
Well, I don't know.
Sure it was fleas. Sure it was fleas that spread it.
Really?
But they used to carry them around, didn't they? And they
Yes,
think
just
they...
sort of-
Actually, what the one that goes, the nursery rhyme, Ring a ring of roses.
Roses, pocket full of posies. Yeah.
That's what a nosegay is. There you go. So if we ever get the Black Death back, this is... Well, it's all did with COVID.
I was saying, you never know, do you? What? I shouldn't say that, should we? But
I know, but that was, no wonder. I can understand then why they thought, well, breathe in something else.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, there's all the instructions, everything you need, and there's even a layout diagram as well to make it easy for you. And you will need to make it...
this one was done with, I think it was Jason Yenter fabrics that we used for this kit.
So it's fabric by the half metre, so
Yes,
it's not the
yeah.
pre-cut fabric. Anyway, there we go. So let's get back to this one.
Okay.
And we're gonna have we actually got any instructions left? We only had 2, didn't we? Oh, that was the quilt. There was only 2 for.
Okay. So I've gone back just to save time. I've gone back to the panel, but basically we put a side sash on, and a top sash, and that is the top of the cushion complete. I've also, you'll see, there's only 9 blocks in this. I wanted to keep it small enough that I could manoeuvre it on the table.
Yes, no, that makes sense.
Okay, so cushion front complete. We can just set that on one side. So now we.
So you could actually, when you got you could make a smaller cushion with it as well.
You could, yeah.
Just
You
9.
could make smaller cushions.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So we want to make the envelope back. Now I've got my pieces ready done. You obviously will use matching thread, but again, just so that it showed up.
Yes, you'd never see it, would you?
I've chosen to use.
This is great. Now watch
white.
carefully. Remember this one. So when you need to do an envelope back, you can just watch this one back.
So I'll show you on this piece. We're just going to do a double 1/2-inch hem, and then I've swapped out the regular presser foot for the blind hem stitch foot. If you've,
I've got that. I've never used it. Oh, good.
It's a
How
really
do you
useful.
use it? I've no
It's
idea.
a really useful foot.
Okay, blind.
You can get, you know, sort of specific edge stitch feet, which are lovely. But to be honest, if you've got a blind stitch foot, it depends how much edge stitching you're planning to do.
And if you haven't got one, just sew it.
Just sew
Normal.
it. Just eyeball it. Perhaps put a bit of masking tape or washi tape on your...
well, I've never used this, so I want to know, because I'm sure I've got one. So you fold it over half an inch, then half
an inch
again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've lengthened the stitch to 3.5. It just gives you a bit of a nicer finish for
that's
a
nice,
top stitch. And then we're just going to... let me take that off. So what I'm going to do... There's a blade, like a skate, I suppose, underneath the foot. And we're just going to position the blade against the fold of the fabric.
Right, and run it along that.
Run it along. And then the needle is just going to hit maybe 1/8 of an inch.
So what's it doing then?
It's just giving you a straight guide to keep you straight and to keep you an even distance away from the
hem.
fold.
So rather than using the folded edge as a guide, it's used that edge. It's using this edge as a guide. Okay.
Yeah. And then just for a nicer look, I've just chosen to do 2 rows of stitching.
Yes.
You could do one, you know.
Oh, I see. So what it's doing, it's giving you an internal line of stitching that is exactly straight.
Yeah. So, and there's no need to back stitch because the ends are going to be in the edge of the quilt, in the cushion rather. I thought that I'd moved that across, perhaps I haven't.
I just never really give myself the time to read all the instructions for these feet, so...
There are some in my... perhaps I know what they are, but I've never
never
use
tried them.
Yeah. And when you lift the lid up, I mean, crikey, I don't think I've ever gone through and played with any,
I've started using decorative stitches now more. So I don't, often things like this where I'm going to do some top stitching, I'll use a decorative. Because I'm going to use them all.
Yeah.
There's one on mine that's got a washing line.
Yeah.
Love it. It's my favourite. Don't know why.
So you could leave it at that. You could just, as long as that, you know, sort of open fold is secured down, you could leave it at that.
Okay. So that gives you a really nice straight line then.
Yeah.
So why is that called blind hem then?
Because if you used it traditionally, you would get, so say if that was your hem on a garment, you would get maybe 2 or 3 straight stitches, and then it would do a zigzag to just catch a
so
thread.
you do a different stitch.
Yeah, you
right.
would,
I've got it.
There is a specific blind hem stitch programmed in. Yes, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's a very good foot for hems.
Yes,
even if you don't use the blind hem. Got it.
Now I'm going to do it this way, which I wouldn't at home. I would swap the needle over, but it'll just be quicker, I think, to feed it through this way. And because you've got that blade on there, you can go at normal speed. You've not got to slow down. So 2 pieces exactly the same size, hemmed, top stitched.
Okay.
So we can set that to one side for now. Bring back the cushion top, and we're going to make some bias binding. Now, I've already pre-cut mine.
Right, piping cord. So we've got piping cord by the 1/2 metre.
It's 5 mil piping cord.
Could you put that on screen, please, Ben? I'll go and get it, actually. So the piping cord, how much do we need of this? 3.
You need 3. If you're buying it in 1/2 metres,
Right.
you need 3.
So this is sold by the 1/2 metre, 99p for 1/2 metre, but you will need 3 metres, so you need 6 units. So you need to put 6 of these in.
Sorry, I'm beeping. I'm just getting this needle across.
Because you need 3. So for the whole cushion, 3 metres to go all the way round. Okay.
Okay.
Right, so
you could do it with straight binding, but you're likely to get, you know, sort of creases, and it's not going to be that flexible.
Okay.
So I've cut bias binding. So you're just going to take your piping cord, sandwich it in the middle, and just bring those edges together.
Okay.
I've now got the zipper foot on.
Right.
And I've just moved the needle pretty much all the way across, and we're just going to feed that through so that the needle and the edge of the zipper foot is nice and close up against that piping cord. You can pin if you want, but I find if you know, sort of manoeuvre it every so often, it should be okay. And again, don't need to back stitch because we're going to be unpicking little bits of it once we've got it onto the cushion. I've left it, it's at 2.4 stitch length. You could go a little bit longer if you wanted to, but it is quite important on the real thing to use the same colour thread as your bias, because you might see a tiny bit of it.
So you're getting really close to the piping here.
I'm getting, yeah, I mean, not sort of squeaky tight,
yeah,
but you know, but yet tight enough that it doesn't that it doesn't budge. But again, you can see, you know, just prepare it, pull it out, prepare it, and then just feed it through, and that'll just go through nice and straight. So we'll take that out. So that's your piping cord prepared. Whoops. So we've got huge...
See, who said you weren't Blue Peter, Amanda? Look at all of these stages. You could be there. You are Blue Peter.
So on the end, this is quite, you know, sort of a simple way to finish it off. I've just literally turned a 1/2 inch over, and I'm going to position that at the bottom of the cushion fairly centrally. Oh, sorry,
there we go.
Yeah. So I've just turned over 1/2 inch to the inside, just on a straight cut.
Right.
And I've just positioned that fold centrally on the bottom. Just, you know, sort of ignore this for the time being. If you wanted something fancier, you could always turn it and make it, you know, sort of a mitered.
Yeah.
But
if you could be bothered.
Yeah.
It's a cushion.
So what we're going to do...
But if you want to do that, you can.
Yeah, yeah. So you've got a good 1/2 inch seam allowance here. We're going to start sewing pretty much there, so that this is... We've got enough excess to be able to manoeuvre.
Yeah, yeah, so start a bit further away.
Actually, I'm going to start this side, I think, and go that way round. So yeah, we'll just pop a pin in for now. Don't really need to put a pin in the rest, and still using the zipper foot, but I'm going to move it completely over to the left as far as it'll go.
Oh, so when you sewed the piping, it was not as far as it could go?
I just left it a couple of notches.
It was just below squeaky.
Yeah.
It's now squeaky.
But now that
that's a sewing term.
Now that I'm sewing it on properly, I want to, you know, sort of make sure that I'm past that original.
Yeah. So just past that bit, so that you can't, so you don't see it.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're just going to
This is a great tutorial, Amanda. I love it. Because it's things like this that make quite a difference to your make.
I think it
your
makes
covered
it look
piping.
shop bought, doesn't it, rather than homemade.
But that, by saying, you know, because it's important to sew close, we're saying like just move it over just one, that makes quite a difference, doesn't it?
So we've just got raw edges even, and we're going to sew. So I will just do a couple of back stitches there, and just trying to keep that raw edge even and make sure that the zipper foot is snug up to the binding the piping cord, and just whiz down. Try and keep my fingers out of the way. So once you've got your cushion onto the flat bed of the machine, now can they see? How well can they see that on?
What, the actual machine? Can we see the machine very well, Charlie?
I can take it out and just show you.
Yeah, I guess we want to see from where you are, don't we?
All right, so let me cut. I would leave this under the presser foot if I were doing it at home, but we'll bring it over just to show. So once you can get everything on the flatbed of your machine so that it's nice and smooth.
Yeah, don't worry, Amanda's taken it out. He was just moving his overhead.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. We can see it here instead.
So we're going to sew to, we've got a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so we're going to sew to approximately there.
So half an inch above.
And yeah, and we just literally, and then that's sort of the corner there. Usually you can get by with just one cut, one snip, and go as close as you can.
See, now we can see that's where we could have got. We're going to do that. We'll do that in a minute,
gun,
Charlie. When Amanda sews next, can we have that?
So just one snip.
So you
should
measure
be okay.
1/2 inch above the bottom, and then do a little snip.
And then what we'll be able to do then, when we get to the bottom.
So you do that while the needle's in the machine?
I would just carry on. I wouldn't have taken it out. So we'll pop it back under and carry on.
So you didn't know the magic of Charlie then?
I didn't. I'm too impatient.
No, I didn't realise either, to be honest.
It's not usually like me. I'm usually sloth-like.
He's just said he's more than a pretty face.
Oh. Okay, so leave your needle down.
Right,
in
that bit. Can we see that, Charlie? Thank you. Yeah, lovely.
And then we're just going to lift the presser foot and then pivot.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then hopefully you should be able to line up that raw edge there. You're going to have to just pull over that bit of piping cord so that you can get the...
Yeah, we can see that.
This is where I missed my knee lift, because the knee would have been doing that.
Oh,
for
this does have a
foot.
knee lift.
I don't think I could get my leg up that high.
Not anymore.
Or I might have to be driven back home if I tried. Oh dear.
Sure, Ben will help you out. He'll drive you back home.
And then we just carry on. So.
Yes, we would normally, you'd normally be sewing sitting down doing this,
yes.
so the knee lift would work. Amanda wouldn't have her leg over problems.
So we're just going to carry on. Sorry, shall I make that a bit cleaner and tidier? So all you're doing is just trying to make sure that your cushion and your piping cord raw edges are together, and that your presser foot is nice and snug up to that piping cord. Yeah. So I'll leave it on the machine now. So it's flat, you know, sort of I can smooth it out, know that it's level. That's the edge of the corner, and that sort of roughly eyeballed is 1/2 inch. So I'll just go in with the scissors.
Oh, I see.
Do
Look
a
at
45 degree.
Yeah, because you needed to see that, because I couldn't picture how you'd be able to do that.
Yeah.
Whilst it was under the, but you stopped a bit further back.
Yeah, yeah. So we're just going to sew now up to the start of that cut. Just lift the foot to see. I've got one more stitch. If you find that you're sort of not in the right position, you can always shorten your stitch length, you know, just to make it work. So then just rotate, needle down, line up those raw edges.
I think it's worth doing, and even if you want to practice first on something smaller, but once you've learned how to do this,
it's a really nice way to finish your cushions off, yeah.
I like doing it with like scrappy binding as piping as well.
Yeah.
Bit chunkier, but it looks nice, doesn't it?
And you can always, as I say, I've done it. If it's a, you know, sort of a decent sized cushion, I've done it with straight grain. This is bias, but I've done it with straight grain. It's a bit more fiddly. It's not as flexible going around the corners, and you can tend to get a few more wrinkles.
Yeah, I see
but
what you mean.
It is doable.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't want to. If you bought a cushion kit,
yes, if you don't want to cut
straight
it.
binding, you could do it with your binding rather than cutting it on bias. So again, just mark that corner, roughly eyeball 1/2 inch, in with the scissors at 45 degrees, and as close as you can get to the stitches without actually
Which is
snipping
why
them.
it's good that you've stitched beforehand.
Yeah.
Because then that it stops it going all the way.
Yeah. So then just carry on, stitch to that corner.
This is the cushion piping masterclass.
Rotate. And then just line up that raw edge. Pull it over so that you can get your presser foot down. And then just straight on. We're all right on time.
Yeah, yeah. Are we out on time, boys? Are we out on time? You've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I'll be able to at least get this on, and then the envelope back, to be honest, is pretty straightforward. This is
well, no, I think it's just
fiddly bit.
Showing you how to do that corner is really good, and also I like your tip about stitching with machines now, because you can shovel them over. I mean, if your machine won't do that, I guess you'll just have to move it over yourself.
Yeah,
a bit.
I mean, most sort of most machines, if you've got a zipper foot, you should have the facility to be able to move your
But the fact you could like just shove it one little bit over.
Yeah.
That's the joy of the computerised sewing machine. I think, well, for everyone it's different, isn't it? But with the computerised sewing machine, yes, you've got 300 stitches, but being able to move the needle over by 1 millimetre makes a difference.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what you get with this level of machine.
Yeah. So I've just pivoted and then just pull that piping cord out the way so you can get the foot back down. Now we're on that last stretch there, so I'm going to just stop short again so that we've got some excess to be able to get those corners in.
I want to see the joining bit.
Okay.
Right. That was quick, actually.
I'll say it's not once you get.
Once you know what you're doing.
Take that pin out.
You know what you're doing, you see.
Right, so we'll just turn that one back. So that's our 1/2 inch there.
Right.
Is that visible to everyone?
Yeah, I can see it.
So we've got 1/2 inch. That was our beginning.
Yeah.
And make sure it's nice and smooth. So this one now, we want that just to be tucked in enough so that it's cleared.
So it overlaps?
Yes.
By
so
what,
just
1/2 inch?
Or thereabouts. It's not sort of, yeah. So you're just going to pop that in there.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do now with that, the beginning bit, we're going to cut that off so that the ends butt up.
Oh, okay.
If you were being really pernickety, you could, I suppose, put some masking tape or something, you know. But to be honest, once it's all sandwiched in,
you can't. You see, I used to when I first learned how to. You had to splice it and then micropore tape in. It's a right faff. And then but like this, it doesn't move once it's in.
Just,
why I bothered? Splicing piping cord, ridiculous.
So 1/2 inch turnover.
Yeah.
Make sure that raw edge is against your cushion raw edge. Put that one on top again. Raw edge is matched. They should thereabouts match.
Yeah, because like you say, once you've sewn it, it isn't shifting anywhere, is it?
And then just to be on the safe side, I will just pop a pin in. And then just put
just sew back again.
to the machine and finish that off.
I cannot believe how often I would used to splice a piping cord. Ridiculous.
Oh, lost my foot pedal.
This is nice piping cord, by the way.
It is, yeah.
This
5
is nice.
millimetres. That
yeah,
one.
and it's 5 mil, but it's proper cotton piping cord because you do get different qualities.
Oh yeah, the polyester is all slippy.
And this is really good if you're doing like, not just for this, but for drawstring bags and things. I like using piping cord instead of ribbon because they look nice, don't they?
Yeah.
So if you're doing a load of Christmas gift sacks, get you some of this piping cord.
Okay.
It's nice.
So that is your piping.
That is brilliant, Amanda.
So what you want to do now, so we're going to be, you've got to remember you want right size facing.
Oh, well we'd have to, I think we're just about out of time.
So the folded edge is the wrong side. You want to see like the nice smooth. So you're just going to match the corners.
Yeah.
Sew that one on, back stitch at each end. Once that one's on, place second one on. Yours will have a bigger I've just cut this really.
Yeah, but you
in
will
the
have.
pattern, you've got a huge overlap.
Well, that's great. So if you've made a cushion and you want to know how to pipe it, remember this hour and watch it back, because that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Amanda.
You're welcome.
All of Amanda's instructions and the kits are all on the website. So if you want to get checked out on those, we are very low in stock. Thank you so much, Amanda. It's been fab. When are you back?
Provisionally the 1st of October.
Provisionally.
Well,
okay.
It's got to be Christmas themed. And
right.
I've not even looked at it yet.
So if Amanda gets herself organised, she'll be here on the 1st of October. If not, you won't. We'll be having a fabric hour.
No, I've got some ideas. It's just whether I can pull my finger out.
Fabulous. Well, it's been lovely to see you. So I hope I'm there. I don't know, I might be on the 1st of October. What day is that?
I don't know if it's a Saturday or Sunday. I have to tend to
I'm
stick
not
to
sure
weekends.
then. Not sure. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. We're actually going to do the needle cases in the next hour, I promise, because we had to cut it short and all our technical issues seem to be fixed. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out. And I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager's specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we are now returning to the needle cases, which we had to abandon due to technical difficulties, but we're all good now. So if you weren't watching it, I will repeat the first. We did about 5 minutes of it and then we had to give in. So the needle case set. Now, Amy and I have designed together so that you can keep your needles organised, know where they are, and also make sure you have all the needles because they've got all the pages written on them. It means that you are ensured that you use the right needle for the job, which will make your sewing easier and neater as well. And needles are so inexpensive, it's worth buying yourself a packet of each. I'll show you the packs in a minute because we do have bundles of the needles. So we've got 3 brand new designs here. If you've seen the needle case set in the past, we've also redesigned it to make the pockets a little bit bigger because some of the packaging, particularly these hemline ones, they've made the packages bigger, so they were a bit of a tight fit in the old one. So a lot of you asked if we could make the pockets bigger, so we have responded to that. And any other brand are much smaller, but anyway. So what you get on your panel, and I will show you the panels in a minute. On the panel, all of this is printed for you with sewing allowances. This is easy peasy. It's cut and sew. Now, this is a brilliant project for a newbie to sewing, for a beginner. There's no zips, none of that. It really is just sewing it together. There's a bit of interfacing to sew on. Really, honestly, very easy. So it's lovely to do as a first project. And it's something as well that if you know someone who's about to get started with sewing, you can make for them, or you could give them the kit and get them to make it themselves. So this is the hand sewn. This is the William Morris. We've got 3 different kits for you. This is the William Morris colourway. So you've got the Strawberry Thief on the front and the back. And then inside, you've got the, I can't remember what that's called. The green, is it the Laurel? Larkspur, I can't remember what it's called, this green one. You've got that on the inside of the cover, and then all of the pages have got the name of the needle printed on them, so you don't have to do any of that. They're not sewn on, they're printed on. So you've got all of the needles here, beading, chenille, so all of these pages are the same. Leather quilting. Now, I didn't fill this needle case up because I didn't have enough needles, so let me just show you with the vintage sewing what it looks like when you put all the needles in. This is the vintage sewing one, just so you see, but this is the only one I've got all the needles in. So you've got the leather, you've got milliners, quilting, sharps. If I've got time at the end, I'll tell you what they're all for, but I wanted to go through the kits first. Tapestry, spares. Now those are for the needles that you can't remember what they were, or if they're just big when you're not sure, or actually on mine, I keep my safety pins in there because I use them for sort of threading cords and through. But you have to have a spares page, don't you? So that's the hand sewing needle case. Now on the same panel, it's not a separate kit, same panel, because for me it's important they match. So for the $19.99, I'll show you the panel in a moment, you get the whole panel to make both of them and the instructions, and more excitingly, I've actually done a video tutorial for this. So when you get your instructions, there will be a little code on there that will show you how to get through to the Amber Makes website, so you can watch a full tutorial, so that if you are a complete beginner, you can go, oh, that's how you do it. You just watch the whole thing. So that comes all with it. So now there's the sewing machine needle case. This is even harder to remember. And honestly, you think you've used a jeans needle in your machine. You think, I will remember next time I go to my machine that I've used that. You won't. Well, not if you're like me, you won't. I haven't got a hope. So what you do with the sewing machine, again, this is all printed on. Open it out. So we've got the, it matches exactly. You've got the Strawberry Thief. And then inside, you've got little pockets. So these are all labelled as well. So what you do is, now we do have bundles of these needles, which is fab, is you put the needle packets in. So there we go ballpoint, then we go embroidery, then we go jeans, and then we go leather. These are great for not just leather, but PU, by the way, and vinyl. Then we go quilting, sharps, that's my favourite needle. Much better than universal. Stretch, top stitch, love a top stitch needle. Universal, and then there's 2 spare pockets, so the specials and spares. So what we've put in the bundle is a twin universal, because I love a twin needle, because you can do a double line of stitching. So we've put that in there. And then there's a spares pocket, because quite often you might have 2 universals, or if like me your favourite one is sharps, you might have 2, so you need a pocket. But this is the my favourite pocket. It's called in the machine. So if you've, like I say, you've got the jeans needle in your machine, then what you do is you take the packet out and you put it in there. And then when you come back next time, you go, that's what's in the machine. You don't want to take, because what I used to do is I'd take the packet out and I'd put it on the windowsill next to my machine, and then it'd fall off or something, and then I couldn't remember. So that's in the machine. Then what you can do is when you take that needle out, you can either put it back in the packet, or because you want to keep changing your needle, you could just thread it through the top of the pocket, and then you know that one's been used. When it's all done, because the first time I designed this, they all fell out. So there's a flap on top. You fold the flap over, you fold this over, you put the little press fastener in, because that's all you have to do, is sew on a press fastener, and there we go. And it rattles. So that's the William Morris kit. Right, then should I do the panel first? Okay, let's have a look at the panel, then I'll show you the next one. So what you'll get with your kit is you will get the set of instructions. There is a QR code in here that you can scan with your phone, or the website address is there if you don't want to do the phone scanning thing. And there is all the instructions, have all of the photos, everything that you need to know. It tells you exactly how to do it. But if you're a visual learner and you'd rather watch a tutorial, then we've done that as well. And then this is the panel. Oh, that's not that one. This is the panel, that's a different one. Right, this is the panel. So there's a lot of pieces on here. So when you make it, you have to cut out all the pieces. But luckily, if you've not made an Amber Makes kit before, all the pieces are labelled. So all you have to do is cut them out and pin the label to the top. So on the panel, you've got all of the pieces you need. You've got extra labels that you can use for appliquing on top if you want to, and I'll show you that in a moment. You've got, like, there's the needle case tabs. So if you look at, like, the sewing machine needle case cover outer, the sewing machine needles, so where this that cover that name is, that's printed there, which looks really odd, but it's all worked out so that when it's all folded and sewn together, that label will be right exactly in the centre of the cover. There's the pockets. Obviously, as you can see, they've got all of the names, ballpoint embroidery. You've got all of those printed on top. Here's all the hand needle sewing case. You can see all the labels are printed, leather quilting, tapestry, spares. There's the lining for the sewing machine needle case. There's the linings for the pockets. So everything you need is all on there. So if you see like this, the label is in exactly the right place so that when the tab folds over, it will all work. All you've got to do, all seam allowance on there, is just cut it out and sew it together. Right, so that's the William Morris one. Right, the next one, I love this next one, is the patchwork one. I love this. I think this is gorgeous because this is like, I love fabric. So if you were with me before, you know we had that charm pack. that we had in Amanda's quilt, and one of the fabrics was a patchwork print. I love those. So what we've done with this one, we've recreated the patchwork print. So if you look at the cover of the hand sew needle case, it's log cabin. I'll open it out so you can see it better. Look, you can see the stripes of the log cabin, and it's printed exactly to scale so it all fits on. And then inside we've got the sawtooth star, and then on the pages we've got the pinwheel block. And I'm really pleased. You never really know when you print something when you print it tiny whether it will come out, and it's come out beautifully even. Amy's put the running stitch, like the hand quilting lines in it, and you can see them. So there's the pinwheel block. Can you see? So you can see the pinwheel design and the little quilting lines. So ideal. I mean, this is a lovely gift for somebody, isn't it? Even if somebody who doesn't sew a lot, to be able to have all the right needles for the right things in the right place are just lovely. So we've got darners, embroidery, leather, and I love the little labels. They look a bit distressed, don't they? Milliners, quilting, sharps, tapestry, spares, and that's the little hand sewing needle. But it's the sort of thing you can have in your sewing kit. You can have a couple of them. I have sort of different ones in different kits, and when I have a little sewing kit to take on holiday, it's quite handy. And then this is the sewing machine needle case. So this one features Hunter Star because it's one of my favourite. Basically, I gave Amy a list of my favourite patchwork patterns and said, I want Hunter Star, log cabin, but I love the Hunter Star. Isn't that lovely? Works really well, especially in these colours, in that kind of tealy blue colour. And then if we open it up, we've got that sawtooth star on the inside and then the Hunter Star on the pockets. Again, they're all labelled. It's really easy peasy to do as well. So that's Ben's favourite one. I think it might be my favourite. And the panel for that one is here. So again, you will get the full instructions. Hi Rebecca, I use the hand sewing needle case all the time, fab. I've got the new designs and I'm going to make one for my great grandniece to take to university, very handy for Christine. That's a really good idea. I know, I think it's, thank you, that's such a lovely message, but I think it's a good idea if you make one for somebody, then they will actually use it. I will talk to you about needles in a moment because it makes you get the right needles as well, and using the right needles for the job is very important. So again, with this kit you will get the full instructions, video tutorial, and then here is the panel. So you can see the needle case cover outer with the Hunter Star. You've got the log cabin print on the front of there. I love the labels. They're almost like denim-y, aren't they? And then here's the pages of the needle case with the pinwheel block and the sawtooth star, which is on the lining of the sewing machine needle case, and it's also on the lining of the hand. So it all joins together. So that's your panel. Right, and then the last one, we've got loads in baskets. I think you might be waiting to see all three to decide. Oh, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Oh, I know, I don't know. Right, the final one is the vintage sewing. So this is the hand sewing needle case. So it features all items from your vintage sewing basket, really. So we've got vintage spools because obviously they're wooden, none of that plastic nonsense. And then on the back, I'll open it all up, you've got a tiny print, you've got the little old-fashioned sewing machine and the tape measure and these little button packets and stranded cotton and tiny little embroidery scissors and buttons and pins and little safety pins. And then inside you've got a nice spotty lining, but the pages, if you can see, are skeins of stranded cotton in little rows. Beading, chenille, so there they go. This is the one that's actually got all the needles in it. Milliners, but it's quite nice because then you can always see, because you do need to replace needles, but it's quite easy to see which one you're missing. And needles are so inexpensive, it really is worth having. I mean, you think milliners, well, I don't do hat making. It's not about that, it's about other things. Quilting, sharps, tapestry, spares, so that's your hand sewing needles. Then the sewing machine needle case in a lovely matching blue. See how they look nice together. Again, so this one, obviously you've got the sewing machine on the front. just to remind you that's sewing machine needles. If I open it out, so you can see that this is the same print, but look, it's just a bigger version. So we've done them, Amy's done them so they're to scale. So this is just the same print, but squidged down. So you can now see all the, I love that print because you've got, everything is all really vintage, isn't it? Love the tape measure. Oh, this is the second most popular. Look, and then on the inside, you've got all the skeins of stranded cotton, just to match these pages. And you don't have to choose between because you get both of them on the same panel. And this one I've put all the, and it all rattles. So, but you see, so with these, these are the hemline needles that we've got in the bundle. But if you've got other packs, so class, what's that one, class A, or if you've got Janome ones or Elna, that's what the normal size is. They'll fit in really well. So those are some Schmetz, because I have all sorts. I'm clearly not regular. I buy all sorts of needles. But if you've got like Schmetz or another break, you'll get even more than one packet. But we did change them so that these pockets will fit the bigger packets. So there's that one. Right. Right, if everyone checks out the vintage sewing, they have sold out. And William Morris is getting limited, but we had a much bigger stock of that one. And the other one, right, the patch one, well over half the stock's gone. So let's talk about needles, because I know, do we have any of the hand left? Right, so we have got one of these left. These are, I've had a real problem getting hold of the needles. As soon as we can get them back in stock, I will. So we didn't have as many as I wanted. But this is one of each, all Millwood, because I love Millwood needles. One of each of the needles that you need for the 9 pages in your pack. Remember, one was called spares. So there is only one left, but £13.99. I'll leave that with you for the last person to get them, and we will try and get them back in stock. The sewing machine needle bundle, much better. Oh no, where did I put them? I'll put them in here. Those are mine. I'm taking those out. Right, so there's the sewing machine needles. So you get one of everything, and your special is you'll get a twin universal. So you'll get ballpoint. So let me talk you through this. So ballpoint, obviously used for stretch fabrics or jersey fabrics, because it has that slight ballpoint, because when you sew with anything that's like a jersey or a stretch, you don't want to pierce the threads, you need to separate them. So it has a slight ball point. Embroidery, these are really good for stitching with slightly thicker threads or metallic threads, because the way a sewing machine needle works is you have the point, the tip, and that is different between each needle. Then you have the shaft, and that's the bit that you put inside the machine. And then the bit behind the eye of the needle is called the scarf, and that's the groove behind the eye. Now, in an embroidery needle, the scarf is deeper, because the thread is often thicker, so it means it won't break and separate. So that's perfect for that. Jeans needles, they have much thicker, stronger shafts, so they won't break as easily. So these are for your canvases, denims, or maybe if you're stitching through several layers of even a cotton fabric. Basically, I use a jeans fabric when a normal breaks. These will fit pretty much every machine. I can't guarantee they will fit every single machine, but they are pretty universal across the board, of which they'll fit. Leather needles, now these are fab because they've actually got chisel points rather than points. So they chisel a hole. So I mean, obviously you use them for leather, but if you're using anything like a thick felt or a vinyl or a PU or those sort of clear vinyls, use a leather needle because it will chisel a point out. It just goes through better. Quilting needles, these are little and sharp. So when you're doing quilting, they will go through the 3 layers much better. They're all size 80. So what I've tried to pick for this bundle, I've picked packs of needles which have a variety of sizes in them, so they will fit different weights of fabric. So if you're doing embroidery, so for example, embroidery is 75 to 90, so you've got some 75, some 90, so you can use different weights. With the quilting, you want an 80 needle because it's at the right weight. It's a slightly fine to medium weight needle, but they are very sharp, so they go through the 3 layers. Sharps are my favourite because most of the sewing I do is on cotton fabric, and sharps are made for woven fabrics, and they need to be sharp. They just fly through the fabric better than a universal does. Even though we tend to use a universal, a sharp is specific for woven fabrics like cotton. Stretch, obviously, again, used for stretch fabrics. Top stitch, often with a top stitch, you might be using a thicker thread, or half of the stock of the needles is gone. So you need to get these in your basket and check out. The top stitch needles, again, you tend to use a thicker thread, so they work better with a thicker thread and a longer stitch. Universal, this is what you get when you buy your machine. This is a weird hybrid. It's halfway between a sharp and a ballpoint. So it's not a ballpoint, it hasn't got the complete rounded finish, and it's not as sharp as a sharp. So a universal needle is fantastic because it will work pretty much on every fabric, and for most of the time they're great. But do you know what, if you find that you're working on a cotton fabric and some of the threads are catching, change to a sharp if you want that neat finish. If you're using universal on a jersey fabric and you find that you're getting ladders, then switch to that. Twin, obviously that's what it says. The majority of sewing machines you can use a twin needle on. You have to thread your machine with 2 bobbins, and you thread each one into there and you get a double line of stitching. There you go. Those are all the needles that are in the bundle. The only other thing that you will need is some interfacing, which is just, it's just fallen off the table, so that's all right. That's sold out on the web. You don't have to use it, but I like to interface the covers because it makes them a bit stiffer. You could use wadding instead. And I've also put some snap fasteners on as well, because it doesn't matter. I've got some 9mm and some 6mm. Either will fit. I mean, to be honest, I've used probably something in between. You just need so a pack of these will be absolutely fine. If you want the wider ones, you can go for the 9mm. If you want the narrow ones, you can go for the 6mm. The ones that are on there are on the 6mm, so those are the smaller ones. They're just to hold it shut. And if you want snap fasteners, you haven't got them. That's sort of a bit annoying, isn't it? There we go. Right, I'm gonna show you how to make them now. Vintage Sewing's taken these. See, I would never have said that. How do we ever predict this? But Vintage Sewing has just taken the lead. Let me take that with me. Right, how to make them. So what you need to do to start with is press your fabric. I usually spray it with a bit of Best Press because I like it to be a little bit stiffer. Helps it to press nicely as well. And then lay it all out onto your cutting mat and cut out all the pieces. The really important thing to remember when you do this is to cut the label out and pin it to the top. That's really important. Otherwise, honestly, you won't remember what's what. But what you need to decide is, do you want to decorate it at all? And you might want to decorate it. So I haven't, for example, if we look at this one, if you wanted to add some embroidery to this, if you wanted it to really embellish it, you could embroider on top of the sewing machine. Do that before you cut out anything from the panel. It's easier. Now, if you look at the label for these, so if you look at the sewing machine needle case label, you see it's printed on here. But if you look at mine, what I did was, because I wanted to make it a little bit extra special, there is on the panel the label for the sewing machine needle case cover and the hand sewing as separate labels. So what I did was I put some Bondweb on the back and then some felt, and I pressed it on top of here and then sewed it into place. I used a blanket stitch on my machine. It just raises it slightly. You press it right on top of here, so you don't have to think of positioning, you don't have to do it. But if you just want to add a little bit of extra detail, it's like if you look at that, you see it just gives it that little bit more hand stitched look. But you don't have to do that if you don't want to. Also on the panel are the labels, so you can, if you've made it for someone, it says stitch with love, so you could sew that maybe onto the back of it or something. That's up to you, but if you want to add those on, that's the only other thing. So label everything, otherwise you honestly will not remember what's what. When you've done that, I'm going to start with the oh yeah, see, look, there's all the little labels. I kept those. I'm going to start with the hand sewing needle case. So we're going to start by making a page. Now in the instructions it tells you what page needs to go with what. So they're all labelled. So like this one is hand sewing needle case page 1. You just have to trust in the process. You need to put the right page with the right page. So page 1, which is beading, and page 10 are put together. So put them right sides together. The most important thing to remember is to keep them right sides up. This is why, well, you can see this because it's got the name on it, but that's why you pin the label to the top of it. Place them right sides facing, making sure they're the right way up, and then pin them together. Now, what you will find, because this is a digitally printed fabric panel, and this happens with all digitally printed fabric, is that when the fabric is printed, it is printed straight. It has to be printed straight because of the way that it goes through the machine. It's on rollers, so it has to go through. But what happens afterwards is it's heat sealed, and that can sometimes skew the fabric slightly. So, you know, I know this obviously because we've been doing this for a while and people tell me, but you may find that when you cut these pages out, they look slightly off. They're not completely square, but don't worry about that. When you pin them together, just make sure you pin the corners so they match up, and you can then pull them back into shape. All you have to do is, if any of the pieces are slightly out of shape, is just press them and then just pull them back, because they are printed correct. It's just that the heat sealing sometimes pulls them out of line a bit. You might not find that with yours, it just depends, but they are square. You just might have to pull them back into square, and it's just to do with the process, and it's the same with any of our printed panels, to be honest. Right, so I'm pinned that together all the way round, but I'm going to turn this right sides out in a moment. So mark a turning gap. It does say on the instructions how much, I can't think it's about 1 inch. In the centre of the bottom edge, because the centre of the bottom edge is where the spine will be, so that'll be the least seen piece. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to sew it together all the way around, and I'm going to leave that gap unstitched, called the turning gap. Right, and I think, oh yes, Amanda's set the machine up for me before she left. Fabulous. So, 1/4 inch seam allowance. That was the other part of redesigning this needle case as well, is that the old one was in metric. We listened to a lot of our customers who said we would prefer it's in imperial, so this one is in imperial now. Right, so I'm just sewing it together all the way round, and you can sew all the pages at the same time, so do the pairs. In the instructions it tells you what page to pair with what page. Right, let me get my iron. Okay, so now I've stitched it together all the way around. Give it a little press to set the seam, and then snip off the corners. When you snip off the corners, snip off the corner and then cut a little bit from one side and a little bit from the other side. That just reduces, the more bulk you can reduce in the corners, the better. Just because when you turn it right sides out, it will be a little bit neater. Okay, right, now you need to press the seams open, because when we turn this right sides out, the seams need to sit right on the edge. Now obviously, because this isn't a flat seam, you can't press it open, so just press the top over to one side, and that's the only way that you can press a seam open that's on something like this, where the seam can't be pressed flat. So just press it over to one side. Do take the time to do this, because it's quicker to do this than it is to try and press the seam so it's on the side once you've turned it right sides out. When you get to the bottom edge, so you can see how easy this is. This is really quite simple. To fold that turning gap over and then turn it over to the other side, and this, where the other side of the turning gap is, fold that and press. That just means that your turning gap will be folded inside, so it's just a bit easier later. Right, once that's done, you can now turn it right sides out. So put your fingers in and grab one of the corners. And pull it right sides out and push the corners in. And then use something. I'm going to use, my favourite thing is the stick from the turning tool set. And then when you push out a corner, don't push the stick into the corner because that could push it through. Push the fabric onto the stick. And then if you, whether you're using a stick or whatever, run that along the seam and that pushes the seam right on the edge. And then when you get to the next corner, pull the fabric onto the, whatever you're using to turn it. Sometimes if I'm a bit lazy, I'll use my scissors and then worry it's going to go through. But if you pull the fabric onto it rather than push the turning item into the corner, it's less likely to pull through. So run the turning tool, whatever you're using, along the seam. That helps to push it to the edges because the more you get it on the edges, the neater finish you'll get, which is what it's all about really. It's about, you know, if you want it to be neat, there are lots of little tips like this you can do. So now with that turning gap that I've already folded under, that's great. So I can just press it all the way around the edge, and then I'm going to press that one all the way around the edge, and then that all around the edge. So now I've got all of my seams lying right on the edge. So to finish it off, which will neaten it, but also to hold that turning gap closed, I'm just going to top stitch all the way around the edge. So start in the middle of the bottom, only because you're going to have some reverse stitching here, and to make it less obvious if you start in the middle of the bottom, and then increase the stitch length. I'm going to increase it to 3 and work close to the edge. So top stitching is worked about like maybe 1/16 to 1/8, doesn't have to be exact, but about, they say sort of 2 to 3 millimeters, so about 1/16 to 1/8 of an inch, basically close to the edge. Top stitching doesn't always have to be worked that close, that's entirely up to you. You can do it as close as you want. It could be edge stitching is work like that. But basically just do it the same amount from the edge. I always just think the smaller the pleats, the closer you need to go to the edge, just so it's in proportion. But really, I guess this is edge stitching. And when you get to the end, reverse over the bit you've just stitched and then cut it off. So I know I'm going through this in detail, but I'm not going to have time to do everything. So I just thought I'll go through these bits in detail because it's all on the video tutorial anyway. When you've done that, give it a little press to set the seams, and that's one pair of pages done. So what you need to do is make all of the pages in exactly the same way, which I have done here. So there's the next set. So there's all my pages. There's beading, there's chenille, darners, embroidery, leather. They're all there. So I'll just put those to one side now I've done the pages. Next thing you need to do is the cover. So I've pressed interfacing to the wrong side of my cover just to make it a bit stiff. You don't have to do that. You could put wadding on, you could just keep it plain and not have that. You could put wadding on the back to have a slightly squidgier look. That will be absolutely fine. Then you need to make the tab. Now the tab of the needle case is just, it's printed on the panel. You just fold it in half, sew it together down the side and across the bottom and turn it right sides out. And then it looks, and you top stitch, it will look like this then. So there's your little tab. That's what it will look like. Now what you do is you measure, it explains it all on the instructions. You measure the center of the left hand side and you place the tab, I put a pin there already. You place the tab so it's centrally that way and pin it into place. Now you're going to be sewing all of this right sides together, and sometimes when you sew things right sides facing like that, it can move and then you'll have a skewed tab. So I'm going to tack it into place and then a little bit further down just to keep it straight. Those stitches I can remove later. So when you do, because I'm going to do bigger stitches here that I want to be removed really easily, to just make it a lot easier to do it, put it onto the longest stitch length you can get, which in this machine is 5. And do put the stitch length back again because you'll forget. So that's held nicely in place. Right, then you take your hand sewing needle case cover lining. I'm just going to make sure this is, I've made so many of these, but I'm now doubting, am I doing this in the right order? You sort of forget. Yeah, I am. Right, now pin these right sides facing. So again, match up the corners first. Vintage Sewing's taken the lead. Well, that's so weird, isn't it? Right. See, I love the patchwork one. I think that's my favourite. Match up all the corners first. That's the best thing to do. And then you can pin between them. Now remember, you have to remember which is the bottom edge. So here's the bottom edge, because this is where you want to leave the gap. Only because I think it's best to leave a turning gap in the place that you'll see the least. Although you've turned it under and top stitched, it never looks exactly the same as a seam. So the best way to do that is just fold it in half to find the centre, and then you can measure either side of that. I can't remember what the measurement is, but it's in the instructions, and that's what I'm going to leave for the turning gap. If you put in vertical pins where the turning gap is, you're much more likely to remember to leave it unstitched, otherwise you might forget. So I'm going to just stitch that together all the way around the edge. Ooh. My pedal fell off. So just take it slow. It's only a little thing. I mean, honestly, these needle cases don't take long to make. So just take it slow, because when it's only a little item like this, it's worth taking the time to getting it right. Because you're going to keep this forever, this needle case. Once you've filled it up with all the needles, you'll keep it forever. So take your time. That's why it's quite nice if you want to embroider the front of it at all, because then you can add a bit of your own personality. If you do put wadding behind it, then you could quilt it. So just once you've pressed or tacked the wadding behind, just stitch through it around some of the details, and you can add quilting to it as well. So it's the same as this is done exactly the same way as you make the pages. I'll need my mat back. Give it a press. You see, now you can see, because the pieces were slightly off because of the printing process. Once I've sewn it together pinned it in the corners and then sewed it together all the way around. This is the same if you buy any of the printer panels, that if you have this problem. Now I've pressed it, it's come back to shape again. So do exactly the same as you did with the pages. Clip off the corners. I'll just do them quickly. And then press the seam open, which means pressing one side, doesn't matter which one, whether it's the lining or the outer, press it over to one side. So you can see when I turned those pages out, it was actually quite easy to get the seam to lie on the edge. That's just because I just took that little bit of time to do this. And then the final side, and then turn the edge of that turning gap over. So you've folded over the turning gap on both sides. Now turn it right sides out, just like you did with the pages. So you can see how easy this is, can't you? So push out the corners with your fingers first. Oh, William Morris back in the lead. Push out the corners. again with you to get those. So you see, because I clipped off quite a bit from the sides, because I clipped off the corner and down the edges, I can get some nice crisp corners. And again, make sure the seam is lying on the edge, because this has got interfacing in it. It needs a little bit more of an encouragement, a little bit of a roll. There we go. So that's the cover done. Now, before I'm going to top stitch that, before I do that, the tab needs to be facing outwards. So just unpick those little stitches that you put in. They were just to make sure it's nice and straight now. And that just putting those little tacking stitches in will help with that. So now I'm going to top stitch. Again, if you start, you can start in the centre of the bottom. Forgot to lengthen it. Again, edge stitch, top stitch all the way around the edge. This is where, if you want as well, you could use a different coloured thread to add a bit of decoration. So with this one, you could use like one of these sort of William Morris orangey threads with it. The orangey red, the russet colour would look really nice. But, entirely up to you. But it's just, because they're such little things, it's where you can really add a bit of embellishment. Or how about one of the decorative stitches on your machine instead? You could use one of those. Okay, so that's it done all the way around the edge. Right, now I'm going to show you the pages. So what you've got to do now is that it does tell you, let me just make sure I do this right. It does tell you in the instructions the order to do this. So you've got to put them in the right order, and it tells you which way. So we go beading right sides down, then we go chenille right sides down, and then we go darners right sides down, and then we go embroidery right sides down, and then leather right sides down, and now they're in the right order. Because it's very, well, it doesn't matter, it's just I wanted mine in alphabetical order. You could put them in whatever order you like, but I wanted mine in alphabetical. So if you do them that way, they'll be in alphabetical. So put them together, and they should be exactly the same size. Obviously, they're not going to be 100% the same size, because, you've sewn them, you've got seam allowances, you've got pressing, but they'll be near enough the same size. So if you've got fabric clips, it's a bit easier to clip them together at this stage. I find that easier than pins, to be honest. Actually, I'm going to just take that one off because I want to draw a line on this one. I need a centre line on here, so I'll take that off for a minute. William Morris is winning now. Ooh. By 3. That's not a lot. That is an erasable, isn't it? Just checking. Measure, take the top page off. It's just a little bit easier to do this when the page is off. And then draw a line. There we go. Down the front, because that's going to be your sewing line. Right, so put it back on top now. And then again, clip them together, but you're going to be, you're going to tack this in one moment. So just place them either sides of the line. If you've got pins, you can use them, but it's not very easy to get them through all of these layers. Now, to make sure they're nice and neat, it's quite sort of important that they stay like this. So I find that tacking them together just across the top really helps. Lengthen your stitch because you're going to take these out, and don't tack them a little bit further in so you're not actually tacking on top of the seam allowance. You've got a lot of layers to go through, so I would say don't go nice and slowly. If your machine has an extra lift on the foot, that helps as well. If it doesn't, you just need to ease it underneath. But by tacking it together now, we know that they're staying together. Right, now if you take your cover, make sure you've got it the right way up, because I have sewn these on the wrong way up before and it's really annoying, you have to undo it. So make sure it's the right way up, and then place the pages on top. You can measure this if you like, because they've got to be central. So can you see the pages are smaller than the cover? That's so it all folds together nicely. Now you need to place this in the centre. You can measure it if you like. You can measure down the centre and join it up, or you can just do it by eye. Entirely up to you. I do it by eye to start with, and then I get my tape measure and go, 1/4 of an inch. Yeah, lovely. Once you've done that, clip them, because we're going to sew the pages in place, like sewing a book together, but we're going to do it down the centre line. So you need to clip them out of the way. You know that they will stay together because you've tacked them. You could do that by hand. So we're going to sew them into place. Now, when you sew these into place, you've got a lot of layers here because you've got double layers at either end because of where the seams are turned under, and you've got all these pages. Trying to reverse stitch on lots of layers is almost impossible. Everything gets gummed up, so don't do that. The way to get around this, and it is a lot of layers, you could swap to a jeans needle, because now you've got your needles. I would use a jeans needle or a sharps needle, and we're going to start in the middle. So raise it up, put your stitch length back. You could lengthen the stitch maybe to 3 for here because it's longer, and then put your needle down in the line. Now the needle will go through, you've just got to do it slowly. So stitch all the way down to the end of the line. Now when you get to the bit where all the seams are, this is when, if you're not sure if your machine, if it's going to go through, I do this bit by hand, because then the needle is less likely to break when going through all of these layers if it's done by hand. Right, go right to the edge but not over the edge. Lift the foot and go back again. Turn it round, and I'm going to hand just, you probably only got 2 stitches that you have to do that through on the end. Stitch back to the centre and then up to the other end. Turn it round. God, these stitches look odd. Oh, I think I've just got a thread there. And then stitch back to the centre, give it a reverse stitch, and then it's done. And now your pages are attached. Oh, yeah, no, it did work fine. Undo all the clips. You can then remove these tacking stitches that you put in across the pages. They can come out because you don't need those anymore. But because you've done a really long stitch for them, they'll be fine. I've got so many long threads on here, it looks like it's not stitched. Yes, cut off all of the long loose threads you've got. And then you just need to remove all these tacking stitches. You sometimes have to pull up all the pages to get through them. There we go. Right, so now they're all in there. Turn it round, and if I was you at this stage, I would give that a press. And that holds it in place. Now, to close it, I would sew a press fastener, put the male half on here, and then I think the best thing to do is you can just fold it. If you fold it over, you'll find the way it's designed that the top of the tab hits the bottom of this label. Just fold it over so it's central, and then if you press it, you will be able to see the male bit of the tab will push into that and leave a slight dent, and then you can see where to place the centre of the female half. Then what you can do, oh, I did bring it with me. Where's it gone? Oh, I left it over there. Sorry. I'm going to show you on the one that I've actually finished. So you can see I've sewn that so that fits in. And then what I did do is I sewed a button, only because, well, I think it looks quite nice to have a little button, but also you will have stitches from sewing this in on the top, and it just helps to cover them. There are a few, if you can sew the press fastener on without having any stitches, so well, I tried to, there's a few stitches showing, but a little button just helps to make that look nice. I don't think I've got time to do the other one, have I? Oh, okay. So with the, I'll just show you what I've done so far vaguely because I haven't got time, but there is a full tutorial, so you don't worry, and I go through it in a lot of detail. When you come to make the sewing machine needle case, to make the pockets, they're made as little tubes. So you sew the tube, the top. So I've sewn the top pocket on here. You put the bottom pocket and its lining right sides facing, but you sew it together just across the top and the bottom and not the ends. Then you turn it right sides out, it becomes a tube, and then you sew that on to here. Now when you sew the dividing lines between these, because the lines are printed on them, the dividing lines, they're all on there, so you sew along them. The best way to do that, to make sure, because this is where you'll get the most strain, the packets will be going in and out and in and out. So you don't want to reverse stitch. So what I would do is when you come to sew these on, sew down the side, and then, because you need to stitch across the bottom, and then from here, pivot your needle, go up to the top and back again. And then go along here and up to the top and back again. And along here and up to the top and back again. That means that you've got 2 lines of stitching, which makes them a bit stronger, because you want to be able to use this needle case forever. And also with no reverse stitching, no ends of seams, they don't come undone. So just go like this. And if you work it all the way on along like that, then it will do, and then you put the bottom pocket on in the same way. Pretty simple. And then you've obviously got interfacing on there, tab exactly the same, and then you sew it all together. It is that simple. Right, shall I go back to the kits? Sorry, I'm just taking everything back with me. Oh, look, Levi's tidied up for me. Right, so which one do you want me to start with? William Morris. So this is the kit, the William Morris kit, where you get the hand sewing needle case, you get the sewing machine needle case, all in William Morris prints. Well, it's the Strawberry Thief, isn't it? That's the panel with everything on it. Everything's printed for you. Really, really simple, easy to see, easy to do. Great as a first kit. And there's also a lot you can do if you are, as I've explained, a bit more advanced. Do some quilting, do some embroidery, do some special stitches. All the kits come with full instructions, which have got clear instructions with photos of steps and the details of how to find the full video tutorial, so you can just follow it along. The vintage sewing, there's only 50 of this one left, and there's the extra 50 in baskets. How weird is that? Oh yeah, we did have more than William Morris, because we never know, do we? So there's the sewing, there's the vintage sewing. This is what the hand sewing needle case looks like when it's made. It's got little stranded cotton on its pages. There's now 51 in baskets. So we're oversubscribed if everyone's checked out. Look, I put a little check button on that one. And there's the sewing machine needle case. That's what that one looks like. And this is what the panel looks like. There we go. So it's all there, everything is printed for you to make it really, really simple. All of them have got the extra labels with the covers if you want to put that on, but you don't have to. And the little stranded cotton lines make it really easy to get your needles in straight, if you want to, if that bothers you. And finally, we have mine and Ben's favourite one. The patchwork one. So we've got the log cabin patchwork. So these are all patchwork designs. So these are just brilliant for sewing. So you've got your log cabin patchwork on the outside. On the lining, you've got your sawtooth star. The labels themselves feature pinwheel block. The sewing machine needle case has got hunter's star. And then you've got the sawtooth star, and there's all the pockets. The panel looks like this. So there's all the pieces, so much detail here. You can even see the little lines of quilting stitch along all of them. There we go. That's that panel. And obviously it comes with full instructions. Have we got any of the sewing machine needle bundles left? Right, so, pardon? Just about. If you want a pack of all the we've run out of the hand ones, but if you want the mega bundle, 10 packets of needles, so you've got all the packets to fill you've got ballpoint embroidery, jeans, leather, quilting, sharp, stretch, top stitch, universal and a twin universal. If you want to fill your pockets, you can. If you want, you can cut the tops of these. These are only for hanging, so I would just take I think they bend off actually. You can take the tops off, but they fit really nicely. £27.40, bargain. Right, thank you for joining me today. Tomorrow is Monday. Oh, it's me. I'm on tomorrow. Well, it's the beginning of Manager Specials Week, and you know what that means? Special deals. They come in, they bring us special deals, then they go off again. So tomorrow is Ian's special deals, so he's going to be on at 8 o'clock. Who knows what they are? But it's all about saving money and special deals. 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan's in. Oh, she's bringing back her Plenty pocket bag and her Pebble bag, demonstrating that. Ian will be back at 10 Manager Specials. No idea what they are, but I bet they'll be good. Susie will be back with her William Morris Stars of Lemon quilt. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful quilt kit. But it's limited. We haven't got that many of them. Bit disappointed. But so you need to get ahead with that one. And it's Yarn Lane at 12 at Sam Sabido. She's got a brand new, beautiful design. Autumn Days crochet jacket. It is gorgeous. She's got it in 4 different colourways, and she's got this time kits for adults and children. But before we go, do not forget that this is your last chance, midnight this chance finishes. If you want to buy a cover stitch machine and you want to save £112, it's your last chance. You've got between now and midnight to take your sewing up to that next professional level. Please do check out on that. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here tomorrow bright and early at 8 o'clock.